Hello, welcome back to another episode of Faith and Despair. Today is gonna be a special episode because first we are going to work on a game a little bit, and afterwards we're gonna have a podcast with mate Chirpy. It's gonna be the first podcast. I don't know if it's going to be a regular thing. We will see. But yeah, we will just jump right into working on a game today. The podcast will start in Hello Terok. Wie geht's? The podcast will start in about 3 hours, 3 to 4 hours, and it will last for one hour, and I have to go to the door. Hang on a second. What a great timing. All right. So, as I was saying, the podcast is gonna be in about 3 hours, and then it's gonna take around 1 hour. We were time boxing it to 1 hour, but if we go over time a little bit, then that's fine. We will see. But first, I'm gonna work on the game a little bit. Just take it easy, you know. The first thing that I want to add is a curse, because I felt like adding a curse today. And it's going to be... Maybe I will just call it regret. That's that's what we're gonna do. Regretful. And then we can call on time again regret. This is gonna be a new materia that is going to cause you damage for the card that you have not played. I think that's gonna be incredible. Incroyable. Thank you very much for the YouTube chat. There you go. And that's something we're all cursed with now. And then, yes, indeed. Hello, Nixinari. It's gonna be a cool stream today. We're gonna have a podcast later on with Matt Chirpy. Matt Chirpy is working on Shroud of Gloom. You can check that out here. The demo has a lot of cool, positive reviews. And it's coming out soon. Soon. And yeah, the podcast is going to be about just general game dev stuff. The topic today is going to be how we even got into making games. I'm gonna interview Matt Sharp a little bit and maybe he will ask me a few things back. We will see. But it's basically how to get into making games, how we keep making games and why we make games. And I think it's gonna be interesting. Hello, Renderpunk. How is it going? How is everybody's Friday? Is Friday treating you well? You know what it means? You know what Friday means? You gotta get down. There's no other way. There is no other way. You gotta get down. I'm gonna remove that. Wait. Curse 9 is already... Okay, wait a minute. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There is no 7. Did it just say 6, 7? Damn. Happy Friday, Mamaka Bros. Mine is certainly chill. That sounds really cool. So wait a minute. Which one of these is not in use? Curse 7 is also in use. Is Curse 9 in use? Oh. Wait. Are all of these in use? Okay, so maybe we will not add a new curse then. Oh, that's a shame. Unless I find another one that is unused. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Oh, 17 is not in use. 17 and 18. Okay, 17 is not in use. That's nice. So which one is 17? Can't believe it was 8 minutes late. I mean, I was getting the door anyway, so you didn't miss much. I'm actually just for a short bit here. We'll be on the road soon. Might be back home by the time you chat with Matt Chirpy, if I'm lucky. Alright. Well, I wish you good luck on the road. May the roads be good. I don't know how a road can be good, but not steep. Ah, ginger tea. May your road be like a tablecloth, indeed. Yeah. Speaking of roads, this is I wish your road to not be like this. I hope your road is not like this. Isn't this the best gift ever? This is so good. Have smooth ride, what you can see, yeah. You know, at this point it's like, oh, is he getting up? And he's like, no, he's just holding on. I was like, for sure he's gonna jump off or whatever, but no, he's just holding on. This cat is on the chicken bones, I know, right? It's so amazing. I love it. Oh. That's so cool. There you go. You can share it as well. This cat is in fact a liquid. Yeah, it's certainly a chonky. A big chonker. Yeah, dude. All cats are liquid. That's true. they always say if the head of a cat fits through something, then the entire rest of the cat as well. I also have a small update because we actually did watch a concert, so you can see it here. We were at the Philharmonics concert. You can see the piano here. A piano. We have some cello. We have some contrabass, violins and stuff. Yeah, there's no pipe update today. The concert update, but I'm gonna show you the video that I made. So we were, as you can see, we were behind the stage, right? So we were on top of the stage. And the way to get there is really adventurous. It looks like this. Basically, you have to get behind all of the pillars. And you see it's really cramped up there. But the cool thing is that you are sitting below the organ. Like they have a really huge organ here. I don't know if you can see it here in this video, but you're actually sitting like below the organ. Which I think is really, really cool. But yeah, if you sit here, you're part of the stage. That's really nice. But yeah, it was a really cool concert. This is the end of it. That's the end of it. They have a running gag where one of the guys who plays violin always dresses in this red shade. No, we're sitting below the organ. Why does this? Okay. Yeah, it was really nice. They played they played a piece from the Amélie soundtrack, and also from the Titanic soundtrack, which I think was really cool. But you know, I'm a very rebellious person, so here's my rebellious nature. Okay, we took a photo in front of the no photo sign, and yeah, we were almost like thrown out. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, don't take a photo there. It was meant for the concert, but it was funny. Okay, and here we have a small Yuki update. Very small Yuki update. Just chilling. What kind of running gag do we have? No. Also, you're asking what kind of running gag we have in chat. I mean, the most rebellious person in Austria. Indeed, yeah. It's like, yeah, I'm gonna take a photo here, even if it's not allowed. Indeed. Oh yeah. No, it was really cool. That's the update. But I'm really excited about the podcast today. I was thinking about doing a podcast with Matchup for quite a while now, and we're finally doing it. Today is gonna be a sort of a trial run because we don't know if it's gonna be a regular thing or not. But if today goes well, it might be a regular thing. So we will see. We shall see. I'm going to add a new entry here. What are everybody's weekend plans? My weekend plan is tomorrow we are going to meet a friend of ours, and we're going to the gym together. It's a gym date. Should I call this regretful victim? I'm not sure. I mean, it would be a nice Easter egg. Crossing my fingers for the success of the podcast. Nice. Thanks. Yeah, it's gonna be cool. We did a test run yesterday evening to set everything up. I think it's gonna be okay. In fact, we don't even have a name yet for the podcast. It's so early that we don't even have a name. I have some ideas, but we will just see how it goes, and maybe then the name just flies into the room. Saturday stream gaming with friends. Thankfully, I can ease up a bit on Zenless now. For quite alle Bnu there is to get. Oh. Okay. Wait, so you're done with the game? Do you need a new gacha game now, or what? Or how does this work? Dude, I love ginger tea. It's so spicy, I like it. A chirpy sheep. Yeah, I mean, one of the ideas is we will just call it Chirpy Sheep Game Dev Podcast or something like that. But we're not sure yet. We will just, go with the flow. We will see. It really depends on how it goes today. Then we will settle on a name. I'll just do a little stuff daily. It's all not exactly done. Just not going to grind it as heavily as I did until now. Ah, okay. Fair enough. Should we call it regretful victim as a nod to Halfquake or not? I mean the curse. I think it sounds. I think it could actually work. Let's do it. Why not? Why the fuck not? Then we're going to add a new lacrima. We're just going to call it regret. And this is going to be... My goal was to get Zao to Mindscape 6, and through spending all of my gacha, like I did achieve it. I did achieve it. Nice one. Is this game Chinese or is it Japanese? Changhua. Lacrima. There it is, Lacrima Kawa. So we're gonna say Lacrima Regret. And then we will say regret. And then we're gonna say keyword description regret. Dev sign China. Oh, Chongguren. I see. Deals 1 damage to faith. No, reduces faith by 1 for each card in hand. In your hand. Technically the same company I made Honkai and Genshin. Oh! So they know what they're doing. They know. They know. That is really cool. I'm gonna say regret is going to be here. And it's not gonna be part of the pool. Exclude from... Yeah, there it is. There it is. So... yeah, I will just add it to my starting hand. Oh, it's actually regret for victim. So I think what I need to do is I need to change this. And then I need to import this. Yesterday I worked on a game the entire day and I fixed a ton of bugs. 50% of the bugs were reported by RenderPunk. So it's gonna be kind of a RenderPunk patch again. But yeah, it's like I did a lot of these. Maybe 20 of these, yeah. That was yesterday. It was a long day. Thankfully, I stumbled upon this GIF. That made my entire day yesterday. I was like, oh my god. I can look at this forever. Okay, we can add this to my starting deck now. Card game manager. Where are you? There you are. But yeah, as for weekend plans, I definitely am looking forward to playing more Age of Mythology again with my wife, because there are still a few countries that I have never played with, so I'm really looking forward to all of their abilities. Didn't know I had all the makings of becoming a QA tester. Well, there you go. There you go. I'm going to add a curse by name. Dum 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 dum. Okay, and let's see if it works. No, I mean it cannot work yet. We need to implement the Lacrima. New materia. We have a offense type. And it's going to be called regret. Let's see, do we have anything similar where it just causes us face damage? I think lose face is the perfect example, yeah. Okay. Regret. Regret. Get current value. I don't think I need the current value, so I might just... Is this a setting here where I can disable the... No, there's not. No, there's not. Unless... Let me see. Reduce first fights won, exclude from deck, allow enemies, no. Okay, there's nothing here. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna take a look at how it is done for draw card. Draw card. There it is. Alle Verweise suchen is action material without target. Yeah, that's true, it actually is. It is actually an offense material with an auto target. Action offense. Regret. Oh, thanks for the auto complete. It works for enemy. This definitely does not work for an enemy, but I think with... I'm just gonna add it, but I don't think this is necessary with the setting in the JSON file, but we will see. So this is the one I... Okay, show current value is the one that I was looking for. Because regret does not need any numbers. Okay. Alright, so where is the implementation again? There it is. I'm still going to give it the the number, but I don't think I need it. I'm just gonna copy this, even though I don't need anything with that. Podcast names are Mad Devlog Podcast. Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna Mad Devlog. I'm gonna write it down. I'm also gonna write the other one down that Terok suggested. Mad Devlog is not a bad thing. The ones that I had in mind were similar to what Terok said, where it's just Chirpy and Sheep. Chirpy and Sheep Game Dev Podcast. But it sounds like it almost sounds like a kindergarten group. You know? It's like Thomas und Stefan im Kindergarten bauen building a bridge. I don't know, it sounds a little weird. So yeah, Mad Devlog Podcast sounds a bit better. The other one that I had was a bit boring. It was Game Dev Deep Dive, because it has the dive and dev. Game Dev Deep Dive, but it sounds a bit boring. And the other one that I thought of was Build Successful. I think this is the Build Successful Game Dev Podcast. I think this is also an interesting one. Podcast. Chap and Sheep sounds like a sequel to Cat and Betty. That's true. Yeah, actually, yeah, exactly. Yeah. Chap Sheep Game Dev. The potential future of this podcast would be to invite bigger names in the game dev space. So we would have to potentially choose a name that does not include our names, and it's just Mad Devlog Podcast sounds cool. But yeah, I think Build Successful Game Dev sounds also cool. Because this is what happens when you make a build. A playable build. And it says Build Successful. I don't know, it sounds interesting. But it's also not entirely sure about this one. We will see. But yeah, if you have other ideas, fire away. Regret. Oh, this is the damage. You know what? I don't think I need it. No, I don't think I need that. Because damage is going to be from... Bum bum bum, don't look at us. We are not afraid. I don't need any of these. Because we're gonna get the damage now. Int damage is get cards in hand. How do we hand? Get total? No. Get cards. Oh my god. Cards? There it is. Do you want to have a... Oh, there it is. Total cards. Yeah. What? So, I'm just gonna say yield return player hit damage. And that's it. If, but only if you have damage creation 0. Otherwise we will not do anything. And this is the damage source card. That's perfect. There it is. Okay, now here's the thing. When does on turn begin go? Because does it reveal enemy cards? Draw class, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so this is not what I want. Turn begin. No. This is not what I want. I want... Okay. End turn. I actually want to have a on first turn, on odd turn, first strike. I think I want to have a on end turn. So I guess this is a new one. Yeah, let's make a new one. But yeah, but that's gonna be a bit confusing, I would say. We can call it no, on end turn. No, that sounds good because you click end turn, and when you still have cards in your hand, yeah, that sounds good. Let's do that. I'm gonna do that first. Because somewhere in here I have discard all cards, right? No. Hang on 1 second. End turn. Reset, pick card, hide card details. Somewhere in here I need to discard all cards. Okay, what does the button call? Hard. End turn button. Call end turn. Okay, I could have guessed. End turn, but where? Hide card dealer, reset pick card, reset. Okay, enemy turn. Somewhere in here. Ah, discard handle. Yeah, there it is. Okay, so it needs to happen here. It needs to happen here. I'm gonna put it down here. And say this. If on end turn. We need a new Lakama here. On time again, on end turn. There it is, and then we're gonna say on turn begin. End turn. You also need to add it to rarity. Alright, and then everything gets activated. Sounds good. Prima donna. Now we just need to add it to our list. Keyword description. End turn. Zug beenden. No, Zug beendet. Ende Zug. Zugende. Oh ja. That sounds good. Wenn du deinen Zug beendest. Cool. Import. Oh, I was talking to my voice actor on Thursday, and he recommended me a really cool YouTube series. Dude, this is so amazing. I don't know if you guys have heard about this, but it's called Drameo. And this is basically what it is. For example, the drummer from Foo Fighters. So what this does is they just invite the most legendary drummers that currently exist, and then they play them a song that they don't know, and they just have to make up their own drum tracks to it, and it's so awesome. Like I don't know. I can't explain it. It's so good. seen clips of it? Yeah, it's a Planet Brief, basically. This one was especially legendary because it was just one take. But there was another one where a drummer played through the entirety of a Taylor Swift song. There it is. This one is the Taylor Swift song, and he just dude, it was just crazy good. I mean, in this case, this part it was a little off, but he was just, practicing and freestyling. But it's just so awesome. Especially in this one, there was a part where Taylor was like, yeah, but listen to this beat, and then there was no real change in the beat, and he was actually doing something with that. So yeah, this was really cool. Sounds about like what 8-bit drummer does though. Okay. So this, I mean, I don't know if this is a new concept or not, but it was just really cool that they invite actual like real drummers from from the most heavy metal or rock bands or whatever, and then they just say, yeah, here's a pop song. What do you think the drum sounds like? And he's like, I don't know. I don't listen to pop music. Whatever, just make shit up. 8-bit drummer, alright. Alright. Oh. So yeah, it's a similar thing, yeah. I see it. I experienced the coconut for the first time ever on drums, yeah. I guess that's very similar, yeah. I will take a look. Thanks for the suggestion. He's cool. Everybody's kind of cool. Voice actor discussions are not secret anymore. I mean, I did tell you that we were talking about Faith in Despair, so yeah. It's not a secret. The voice actor is. I can show you who it is. I have no secrets. There you go. Audio samples.
When you love something, you take care of it. Just as we care for our culture, our art.
Doxed it on stream. There's no way to dox this man. He's very prolific. Oh yeah, he has a really deep voice, and it's really, really cool. Okay, I should get 4 damage now. No. Okay. Oh, I know why. Okay, never mind. But yeah, it's gonna be exciting. We have agreed to work together. I think I have not told you guys about this. We agreed to work together. It's gonna be a reality. So Death is gonna have a voice actor. It's gonna be really cool. Off a pub, may I see you later. We will see. All right, Nick. Have a nice road trip. You know, like the cat. See you later. No, let's start a new run. Custom. And turn regret. There it is. Okay, so if I play these two now, and then I should get 3 damage. There it is. It's really annoying. I like it. That is really cool. Let me remove that because it is distracting. Thanks, Twitch, but no thanks. So I should get 3 damage. Yep. Oh, that's really annoying. I love it. People are gonna be so mad. But you cannot do that. It's not fun. Says who? Says who? I'm gonna play my spells, otherwise I lose. I mean that's a lot of damage, but you can just play cards. I don't mind. Wait, is this wait, is this too far away from the no, that's okay. Yeah. No, sounds good. When this creature deals a killing blow, steals 10% of physical damage dealt as gold. Wow. Now I get 5 damage. That's an insane curse, dude. Okay. Sometimes you just gotta throw in insane stuff so you can nerf it. So you can be like, oh yeah, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Okay, we have officially used up all of the art that we have for curses. So if we ever want to add new curses, we will have to find new art. But yeah. Added new curse. Red for victim. Teehee. Okay, the next one is going to be... I wanna take a stab at improving the shop. I just wanna freestyle a little bit and see where it leads. So I'm gonna remove the code again for the curse. Add curse by name. And then we're gonna seek out the shop, Chaoshi. That's supermarket. And we're gonna do a few things. First of all, I'm gonna add a background. I wanted to do a background for the shop for quite a while, so I'm finally going to do it because I think it's high time. Okay, here's another thing. Why is the text so small? I think I want to fix that first. Because it's a little bit weird. There's a lot of space that you can have, but you choose to have a small font here. That's crazy. Okay. Let me see. Card. We're jumping right into it. Right into the debugging. Show card. Title? Debug port. Sheep and Chirpy. That's a debug port. I mean, debug sounds interesting. What? In general, debug log. Debug log sounds interesting. It is, now that I think about it, it is very C#. Like, but it could work. I mean, C# is also in Godot, and I think, no, I think Unity, Unreal has a, what's debug log in Unreal? How do I use debug log? I guess it's the same. Print log are only shown in development. Debug build. I guess it's the same. Yeah. Debug logs. Could work. Just stylus SC. Yeah. Debug port. That could work. I'm good with names and branding like that. All right. I mean, give me 10 more. Debug port. Debug port sounds interesting. And again, I would probably not include our names. I think from a personal standpoint, I think having names in the name would be cool. Like for example, Champion and Sheep. But if you want to have guests or whatever, esteemed guests, then I think it would be really cool if it's not tied to our names and it's just a completely separate entity. What am I? ChatGPT? Yeah. Exactly. Give me 10 more. Of course. Bukushi. But yeah. No, a debug port sounds interesting. Mm-hmm. Of course. After take a sip. ChatGPT, did I tell you to drink water? What are you doing? Just because you need water cooling or what? What is going on? No, I think maybe that's a debug port. It sounds like a... Oh my god, this GIF. I was going to see what the card title, game name with rarity. Is it somewhere here? Update display stats. Okay, let's see. Let's see it again in the game. There's something happening with the font size that I don't like. And I think it's because I tried to change it or adjust it. And I think it is even in the live version that is currently out. I am indeed going insane. So this is a max of 15. Wait. Oh, really? Okay, so we can search for 15, I guess. That's gonna be... Oh, there it is. Adjust font size to name. If card title preferred with... I guess it has something to do with... the names. The custom names. Okay, we are going to... I mean, if this is... why is this the preferred width? It's 105. Ah, or the new name length is greater than 15. I see. I think it is, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 11, 12, 13, 14. Yeah, it is. That's crazy. Maybe I don't want to do that. I think I added this because of the custom names. Yeah. I'm not sure if I wanna keep that or not. Let's see what happens if I remove that. Then it should be fine again. I mean, why am I even doing this? Why is it that why can I not let Unity decide? That's a good question. Like, why is it? Yeah, because now you can see it again. Now it works again. Let me go into the inventory. And then I'm gonna say 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. I mean, that's perfectly fine. What happens when I reload the game? Continue. It just works. So I'm not sure why I added these. Maybe I added these because of other languages. But I don't know. I think what I should have done is make it like this. If it has a phase cost or whatever, then just reduce it to this size of a margin right of 43. And if it doesn't have a cost, then remove the margin right. I think this is the best choice. Yeah. So what do you have? Card title. Margin is a vector 4. Wow. So, but it's usually 2022. What does that do? Oh. Okay. Okay. Well, adjust font size to name. So this is I think this is really easy. I will just say font size max. I will not touch it anymore. Like let's remove all of that. Reset font size. Yeah, you can have that. But if how can we check for the ref? How can we check if it currently needs to display the spare cost? Display card costs. Oh my god, display costs. Gold cost display. Card slot. Mana cost, there it is. Card Mana cost. Alle Verweise suchen. Okay, update display stats. Costs money. Ah, if it's on the board, then it should not display its costs. Yeah. Makes sense. So if it has a parent lane is not null. Oh, actually, if it is null. And oh shit. And it's not blessing. and not this curse. This will bite me in the ass. I can feel it. But it's fine. The thing that I want to do is if it has a card cost that is in hand, in the deck, in inventory, everywhere except for on the board. And when I'm on the board, I have a parent lane. I'm not a blessing and I'm not a curse. I think I could probably do it by default. That's something we can do. Oh yeah. That is absolutely something we can do. Hang on. We are going to... This is now completely empty. Gold cost, or actually mana cost. Card mana cost. But where is it? So after placed on lane. Hide the spare cost, yeah. Mana cost set active, false. I see. And here's show the spare cost. Okay, so what we're going to do is, if it is shown, then I'm gonna say card title dot margin is new vector 4 actually. Then we have minus, what is it? I think it was positive. And the old one was, actually I will just look. Give me the card title, please. Bottom is 22 point whatever. And wait a minute, this is the bottom one, the last one. So, and here is the right one. We're going to increase it to 40. Oh. Never mind. Right is the second to last one. Fair enough. And whenever we hide the spare costs, I'm gonna reset it. Holy crap. Maybe that is the solution to all of the font issues. Because the maximum size is already 22. And I believe that is already higher than it was in the entire fallback. Yeah. Yeah. That could be the best possible way to do this. Sometimes you wonder why you didn't do it in the first place, so... Continue? Oh shit. Wait, what? What? Oh, I forgot to remove it from the prefab. Yeah. My bad. There we go. We are out of... So do we have more curses? I mean more boss images? Okay, the name is better now. Much better. And turn regret. Okay, let's see. Oh, there's no fight incoming. Well. Just a bit of parasite maybe. Okay, here's a shop. I think what I want to do is I want to add a background now. and see where it gets us. Yeah. I had a very specific idea for this. I actually took a photo of this. Probably, oh yeah, there it is. I'm going to download that and then we will try to make it cool. Let's see. Download. Because in Slay Spa it was also on a carpet, so I thought maybe we can do a cool golden carpet or whatever. Carpet. We'll see. We will just test things out. Let's open up Affinity. Drag it onto the stage, into the spotlight. Okay, what do we want? I think what we want is, I want the carpet to be about here. And it's gonna be dark and it's gonna have some shimmering or whatever. So I'm gonna remove the lower half of this. I don't know if we can do this with just selection, but we will see. We shall see. Let's add a new background. I'm just gonna delete it and see where it goes. Document, transparenter Hintergrund, alright. Erase. We will just feel it out. I'm not sure if I want... that's maybe a bit too much. I think I want a bit of a hard edge. So kind of like this. Okay, there it is. The hard edge. I know this looks like shit right now, but I think we're gonna make a cool background for the shop. I think it's gonna look really, really cool. We're gonna add a lot of layers. We're gonna add some gold particles or whatever. We can find some gold. We have to dig it up first on the good old internet. If you let me, I will always try to let. If you drop me, I will try to understand. If you hate, so kind of like this. I'm gonna remove that upper part here. We'll just let Affinity do its thing, hopefully. Shouldn't be too hard. Sounds good. Same here. Just a bit of in-painting. Oh, we have a first ad break incoming. I mean, the first real one. The other one doesn't count. I'm gonna... yeah, maybe... I'm not sure if I want to have black and white entirely. I think what I want is sepia stile. It's loading. No, that's not what I want. There was a specific one for sepia. Wasn't there? Umfärben. Ah, there it is. I want this and I want this. Can I do that? Yeah. Cool. What does that do? Let's go one by one. Oh, this is the Entsättigung. Okay. And this is the recolor. That is a bit too much, so I'm gonna try this. We are also going to increase the contrast, but I'm gonna take a short break first. See you in a bit. Okay, I just realized that debug port is probably not gonna be that good for SEO. If you are searching for a game dev podcast, yeah. Oh my god. Okay, let's see what we can add here. Can we find a cool texture? Let's see. Let's go to raw pixel. What if you stylize it with a dot in the middle, debug port? Yeah, I mean that's what I would do. I'm just saying it is probably not like if we want this to be searchable, then debug port. It sounds cool, but if you wanna search for a game dev podcast, it will likely not come up. So what we would do, what we would have to do, is maybe put this here as a sort of subtitle. Or maybe like this. I'm not sure about the title. I think debug port, game dev podcast sounds cool. Something like that. I don't know. So I'm gonna log in here. Oh, I am logged in. Gold. Stone. I don't know. Oh. Kinda like that. Oh, I kinda like that actually too. Wait a minute, are these free? Please let it be free. Is it? Oh, it's a premium image. God damn. Get away from me. I want a template and I want it to be free. Okay. That's perfect. Yeah, let's. I'm gonna use this, guys. Maybe Buddha enlighten you. Happy Wesak Day. I'm just gonna copy this and put it on my image. How about pexels.com? Oh damn, I did not know about this one. That's cool. Thank you. Oh. It's fine. He just saw like he was like, Wow, that's a lot of zeros. Damn. Okay. Yeah, I mean, the raw pixel also has a. I don't know where they put it. There is usually a. Oh, there it is. I think. Yeah. It is. They even have a public domain one. This is what I usually use. Let me just go through it and then I will use the other one. Let me think. Let me think. Oh, that's cool. Gold. Maybe something like, okay. That's not entirely it, but maybe we can find something similar. Be still and know that I am God. Okay. Oh my god, there's some AI slop here. That's crazy. Okay, actually, now that I think about it, hold on 1 second. I was in the... Hold your horses. Stockholm. I was in a museum where they displayed gold. I think I might actually have a photo that I can use. That would be the absolute best. Let me see. I'm gonna look at this off screen because I'm not sure what I can show. I was in the... Oh yeah, oh man. The night sky. When was I at the golden one, the gold museum? Because that would be a perfect fit actually. Oh, there it is. There it is, ladies and gentlemen. What can I show from this day? I don't want to show this. Okay. Here is a... I mean, this one is a really cool one. This is actually the background of the gold fountain. Maybe we can use some highlights from this. So I'm just gonna download. Gold in a pond. I'm just gonna use it maybe. I don't know yet. There are some other things. I'm so sorry. The gold museum was really, really cool. Oh, I'm so sorry. Okay, I will mute myself next time. This one was really crazy. I think there was actually a head inside. This was for Fika time. A picnic area. Dude, it's so crazy that they have, in Stockholm they have picnic areas where you can just hang out and chill. You can just they even have microwaves. That's crazy. Okay, what can we use here? I think I already used this somewhere. Path to hell. Dude, this is so cool. I love this. But is this everything that I made a photo of? Well, is that everything that I took a photo of on this day? That's crazy. I thought there was much more. I mean, this sounds kind of cool. Let me see. Let me see. Anything from here maybe? No. That's not a good background. Okay. I think we're just gonna try out the gold in the pond for now. And then we go search for some kind of cracks or whatever. This could work. I mean, it's a bit of a wooden background, but it could work. Yeah. Okay, let's download this as well. I don't know. We can try to find a, because if we add glow or whatever, then it usually looks like gold anyways. So maybe there's something we can try to stitch together. And I think that the cool thing about this is that when you have more than three or more things merged together, you don't really know what it is, usually. Okay, let's try it out. And then we'll keep searching here. We have gold in a pond and a wooden door. Actually, yeah, let's put it all here. Oh no, it's not big enough. Okay, then we'll make everything smaller. We will just make everything smaller. That's the solution. How big was that? $4,000, dude. Okay. Sure. Leinwandgröße? No, I wanna have a document Größe. Yeah. Okay. And then I'm gonna copy this over again. And then we will try to do some magic. First of all, I'm gonna remove all of the bottom here. Oh, I need to rasterize it, I guess. Yep. There we go. All right. That should do it. We are going to apply a filter now. Actually, let me finish that up. Just a little bit more. It's not gonna be visible anyway. But yeah. Let's apply a filter. And see what it looks like. It might just be shit, but we will figure it out. We will see. That already looks a bit more gold, that's true. I think what we need to try is glow. Okay, interesting. Well, we're gonna keep trying. What we can also do is we can just add the other one. And then try to add another layer. We will see. This might also not work, but experiment time. This is definitely not gonna work, so I'm just gonna turn it immediately and make it a little bigger. Kind of like this. And of course, we're gonna add a shade to this. I mean, an effect to this. I don't think this is gonna work, to be honest. But maybe it will. I don't know. We will see. Oh, glow. Yeah. Something with glow. I think it needs to be. We might have to cut off the bottom here, but we will see. And what if I add this again? Let's try from the beginning. That actually looks kind of cool. Oh, not this one. This one. Oh yeah, it's another glow. That also looks cool. Wait a minute, does this actually do anything? Oh, I'm on the wrong thing, whatever. Wait, so if this is this one, and then I will change it to this one. And it's more subtle, that's interesting. What can that do? Oh, I kinda like that one. Abdunkeln. So, abdunkeln might be an option. This also might be wrong. It looks a little bit like painting almost. Also not bad. That's a bit too much. Oh. I kinda like the colors of this one. I can add a... Okay, which one was that? I like the color of this. So I will keep this in mind now, and I'm just gonna make sure that it only has the everything except for the bottom. Let's try this. Then I'm gonna apply this. Oh. In that case, it needs to also be spiegeln. And this needs to be normal, I guess. Yeah, there it is. Okay. I'm gonna add another one here. Just to go towards the end. And then I'm gonna try copying this again and move it down a little bit more. I'm gonna erase the top of that. And then we will see if we can find a cool way to transition this. That's already a little bit better, but not entirely good yet. I might also have to put it down a bit further, yes. That is a little bit better ineinander kopieren. That sounds a bit better. Weiches Licht also seems nice. I want to give the bottom one at least a little bit more texture. So maybe it's gonna be ineinander kopieren. Yeah, that sounds good. Okay. Do I need to move it up a little bit more? No. Let's test it out. This is gonna be a big image. Sprites, card game, shop carpet. We will see. Oh my god, that's a big one. I also need to save this so that it can crash and I don't have to worry about anything. Does it change it now? Yeah, okay, that's good. Let's put it into the background. Sprites, card game. Where is the shop carpet? Oh, there it is. Let's open up the UI, the shop UI. Please. And I'm gonna just add it here. Move it up a little bit. Kinda like this. I don't know if the separation is too much. What if I mean, it kind of works. But this is a bit too much. So I'm going to add something here that makes it a little bit darker. I could probably just copy this, but let's go from the beginning. Maybe I would just do this. Or this. Oh, that sounds good. Yes. Shop carpet. That's crazy that it takes that long. It should be darker now. Yes. Mm-hmm. So what if I move this down a little bit further? What happens then? Kind of like this. Hmm. That is a little bit better, but I think it needs to be down again. Like this, and I'm just gonna paint over this part right here. No, but then the shadow is gone. Okay, I'm gonna use this part and just move it up a little bit. Can I do that? Seems good enough. It doesn't really matter. That's cool. And I'm gonna do the same here. Oh shit. Actually, give me a lasso. Yes, like that. Save it and export. What does it look like without the bottom? Maybe it doesn't even need the bottom. I don't know. No, I think it does. Okay. It can be a little bit darker, so I'm just gonna copy this and expand it a little bit. It looks a little bit more stretched. No, I don't like that. I think what we need, wait a minute, what happens when I do this? That could be it. The export is crazy long. I think I could just reduce the image size to about half and that would be alright. Because you know what? I think I will try it like this. Just copy it again. And then try that. Actually, do I have like another setting here that's cool? What, that doesn't do anything? Okay, that's crazy. Multiply again. Farbton, what does that do? Nothing. Alright, sure. We're just gonna take the same one again. Needs to be a bit more dark. I think this is it. No? That's crazy that this is not making it worse. I mean darker. What about this one? Oh yeah, this is definitely working. Okay, let's try that. Another multiply. Damn, it takes way too long to export this. Okay. I'm just gonna move it up a little bit. See what that looks like. Shop carpet. What did I do? Ah, okay. Well, I'm going to remove this part here because it looks like shit. Actually, we can just stamp it out. No, we can't. All right. I don't know if it's gonna work, but we will see. We shall see. That made it worse. Oh, crap. Let me remove this part here. Try it again. Actually, I'm gonna change it to 2000. I think 2000 should be alright. Then it's a little faster. Yeah. Of course, then we need to scale it again, but that's fine. 1, 1. Scale it, please. Is it better like this, like up top? Or is it better in the entire one? Oh. 0? No, that's too grainy. Alright, let's see if we remove this and we have this one here. I'm gonna copy this and I'm gonna add some other layers to this. Not sure if that works. Let's see. Shop carpet. Nothing changed. I mean, this the bottom one is a bit darker, yes. Let's try that again. You know what? I actually think this could work. Or maybe just like this. That looks interesting. I'm not sure. I think like this it could work. Give me a free aspect ratio. Oh yeah, it's already cut. Oh no, that's fine. That is fine. That's also fine. Okay, what if we find a way to make this less grainy? Kind of like this. Let's just include the stone. Okay, I will try it like this because I think it's less grainy now, right? Ah, no, maybe the carpet is the reason why it's so grainy. Yeah. Well, let's try. It could be cool. I think it's a little bit better because the gold coins are the same size as this one. So this might be better. I'm gonna try moving it up a little bit to give them a little bit more highlight. Ah, the color also changes. The color is a good one. I like the color. Okay, then we will leave it at that. But something about the bottom here is weird. Let me give this a black background so you can see what's happening. Okay. What happens if we move this down? Alright. So all I need to do is I'm just gonna erase the rest of this. I don't even care. Let's see what's happening now. Shop carpet. That made it worse. That's crazy. My channel just said reconnecting. So I was like, am I losing connection? Okay. I'm gonna move this back up. I think what I can do is I can just use a stamp tool and just paint a little bit further down. Let's try that. I could also use a mask, but it is what it is. Okay. Should I try to remove parts of this again? Kinda like this. Let's see. Shop carpet. What if this needs some kind of sharpness? No, that's not it. Give me some sharpness. Oh, that's too much. I mean, we can try. Shop carpet. I feel like that's kind of cool. But it's too grainy. I don't know. I don't like it. Maybe it just needs to be darker. Hmm. I kind of like this one, but that might be better. Let's see. Shop carpet. then you can barely see anything. Yeah, that's not good. Wait, can I just use this? Make it smaller? Is it then less grainy maybe? We can try. Let's hide this one. Anordnen, horizontal spiegeln. Copy, paste. Anordnen, vertikal spiegeln. I think it's less grainy now. It has a bit of an overlap here. That's fine. We can work with that. We can remove that part. I'm never sure in which direction I should put my mouse when I change this tool. Okay. Okay, let's try it out. I think it's less grainy now. Shortcut. But it still has the same texture. Yeah. Yes. It is definitely less grainy, but we need to fix the lines here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna say merge down. Why can I not merge down? Abwärts zusammenlegen. There we go. Oh, it just crashed. I expected some crash at some point, so it's good that we just saved. Goodbye, Affinity. It was nice knowing you. Oh, that's actually not the line, that's just the wood in the background. Yeah. That could work. What if it's like this? No, I actually kind of like it when it's like this. I don't know. It seems cool. And it has this weird rock at the top. Maybe let's try this with the setting. No, I think it needs to be further down. Oh, I'm still in free aspect. We need to be careful. Alright. Might be better here. Not entirely sure. That looks okay. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna remove this part at the bottom again. Where is Affinity? There it is. Yeah. Okay. That is not where I ended, but thanks. That's not how we ended things. I merged things down, but it doesn't seem to be necessary. I don't think we can... No, I don't think there's anything really visible. That's fine. But I definitely need to remove this again. Hopefully that doesn't make it worse again. Shop carpet. Oh. Okay. Let's figure out why this is still not working as intended. Maybe I need to have a black background here. That could just be the solution. Just a little bit. And then remove that part entirely. Shop carpet. Yeah. Okay, that's it. That was the solution. It needed a bit of a drop shadow. What happens if I... What happens if I remove this again? No, I think that's fine. Sounds good. I'm gonna save this and copy this. And I'm just gonna paste it into the shop UI. Paste this child. Now the question is if I want to animate this or not. I'm not sure. Let me see how it looks. I think a little animation could help, yeah. When it just slides in like that. Oh, what happened to my UI? Okay, it seems like this could work. But I will just add an animation to this. Paste, component values, and then I'm gonna add a animation, create, assets, animation, shop carpet, animation. And it's gonna start at 0. And then come in at this one. Also, the animation should not repeat, which is here. And then whenever this gets activated, it should animate. That's the idea. We might actually have to start further up. But yeah. Continue. Oh. Okay, it needs to start at... Oh my god. It needs to start at 19 almost. Okay. Give me the value. And then whenever we go to a shop, it should animate down. All right. That's that's certainly something. Nice. Oh yeah, it even has the lines. I wonder if you can change the color a little bit more into what the other one is. Let me see. Farbbalance. Leuchtkraft. What is that? Oh my god. Sepia at all? Oh. That could work. Yeah, I think that's a little bit better. Yeah, because before it was too brownish. Now it's a little bit more in the background. Okay. Seems good. We have added a background. I'm gonna remember pexels.com. That looks really cool. It still has... Okay, it has some sponsored stuff. That looks cool. Why are these naked? Why are these people naked? Never mind. Yeah, but I will try to remember that. Seems very similar to Raw Pixel. Because Raw Pixel also has a stock photo stuff going on. Pex is aiming for photography more than textures, I think. Okay, yeah, I mean, that makes sense. Yeah, the cool thing about Raw Pixel is that you can find public domain images and you see some really crazy stuff like that. I mean, you know. And Unsplash. Yeah. They are all the same. Yeah, it's probably all from iStock. It's just all the same company. Oh god, there's another ad. But you can see some weird stuff in the public domain. Some cool gems. Stickers, illustrations, patterns, for example. Oh, there's nothing. Cool. Gold pattern. That's yeah, 2 photos. Cool. Yeah, I totally forgot about Unsplash. I used that a lot in the past. No. Completely forgot about that. Wow. Okay. Pexels.com. Of course, the most beautiful are on iStock. I mean, this one seems really cool. Oh yeah. I was thinking of something like that actually. But yeah, quick break and then I will be back. Here we go again. I'm gonna look for a stone texture. Not an ice stock photo, no. Stone. Or maybe marble. Marble. I should say marble. Okay, marble is better apparently. And then... Oh, this one is good. This one is also good, but a bit too much. Oh, no, this is... Every time I'm like, oh, this is good, it's sponsored by iStock. They're doing it on purpose. I know. I see. Oh, this is good. Okay, I'm gonna try the two that I found. This is... Okay, I was like, this is super grainy, but that's fine. Wait, what? 8,000? No. I need a... Okay, yeah, I need... I kind of need a 2,000 one, please. That's crazy though, that this just works. Not even... I don't even have... They don't even want my data. Wow. You don't even want my data. Ah, I should have used the other one. Okay. Let's try and see. Pixels are chiller. That did seem incredible chill. Yeah, that's true. I'm gonna. Oh, wait a minute. That's actually. Dude. That looks like gold, if you ask me. So now the way that I want is I want to find a way where it multiplies in a very cool way. Oh shit. Then let's do it like this. Oh my god. Let's go from the top again. We're just gonna... I'm just looking for a way where it's subtle, but has these highlights. For example, like this one. It's a bit too red, but that doesn't matter because we can always do it like this. Let's go a bit further. Let's see. Copy. No, that's not it. That's not it. It might be a bit too sharp, but we can do something about that, surely. Difference is not bad. I mean, I kind of like that, but it's not for the game, but just for the fun of it. That is not bad. But I want the highlights. I mean, glow could work. Let me... Yeah. Let me see if it's better somewhere down, further down. Not really. Okay, there was one at the top where I was like, okay, this could work. Let me see, which one was it? Isn't it multiply? No. Aufhellen. That could work. Let me see, what does it... No. You might also have to change this one to... Kinda like this. Yeah. And then keep going. I mean, we can try to make it as big as the image for now. It is very sharp. I think this is almost too sharp. You know what? I will just try it out and see what it looks like in the game. This could work. But we might have a bit of a... We might need a bit of a Gaussian blur. Just to give it a bit of a sheen. What is that? Okay. No. It could work, but it also could be a bit too much. But let's see what it looks like in the game. We definitely have to make sure that the borders are adjusted correctly and stuff. But yeah. Unity is calculating the universe again. But that's fine. I'm going to add an effect here. Gaussian blur. Okay, that's too much. Oh yes. that is what I was looking for. Like just a little bit. Oh yes. What about 1? What about 2? Dude, I like 2 almost more. 4 is too much. 1.5. That looks good. It definitely has the sheen that I want. Okay, let's try that. Shop carpet. Go into the shop. Okay, maybe we need to move it down now. Maybe that's what we have to do. Oh. It is a bit too much, unfortunately. Let me add a bit more of that Gaussian blurriness. Maybe 2 is better, after all. Because then you can see the highlights. It's almost like the coins are blinking. That's really cool. Shop carpet. Yeah, I think that's it. But I still want to try turning it around. Maybe that's better. Maybe put it down here. Let's see what it looks like. I know that the bottom looks shit now, but we can fix that later. A little bit of clean blurry, that's true. Absolutely. No, that's not what I want. I think I want a highlight here somewhere. Let's find the right highlight. In this highlight. Yeah, no, this is what I want. Yeah, this sounds good. I'm gonna remove that part at the bottom and also at the top. What? What did you just do? Affinity, what did you do? You removed my Gaussian blur. Why did you do it? Huh? Affinity was like, but it looks better this way. Are you sure? What just happened? Well, not only did it remove my Gaussian blur, it also removed my... Okay, so it says basteln trimmen, Ebeneffekte übernehmen. Okay, and now we need to move this back down. Why does it feel different now? no, it's fine, it's fine. Okay, I'm gonna remove the bottom part. It did it again, dude. Why? I mean, maybe it's okay when I just add the Gaussian blur again, the creme brulee. Yeah, okay, fine. Have it your way, Affinity. Have it your way. Fine. Kinda like that as well, but... Let's see. Now it has a bit of that... Je ne sais quoi. creme blurry. Okay, I mean you can barely see it. Can I move it down a little bit more? I'm having a really issue that I have all the time that seems to happen at random. Hello Mary the human. What seems to be the issue? What seems to be the issue? Okay, I think this is it, yeah. I'm gonna remove the bottom part again. La la la. When you drag object into a scene, they snap on top of your terrain. For some reason, this effect will randomly stop working for certain assets. I have a spaceship object I use regularly in my stage, and all instances of it have stopped letting things snap to it. That's weird. But first of all, I have no idea. My guess is maybe the spaceship doesn't have a collider. All instances of it have stopped letting things snap to it. That's crazy. Yeah, I have no idea about that. Collider's there. I'm trying to think what else it could be, because usually... No, I really have no idea. I'm sorry about that. I don't think I can help you. Because usually, yeah, you're right. Usually it just snaps to the terrain. That is absolutely weird. Okay, shop carpet. Maybe it needs to be like this. You get this issue all the time. No one I know gets it. That's strange, yeah. I mean, maybe it sounds like something specific to the spaceship, which yeah, that's crazy. Still trying to think where it could be. The model was working 40 minutes ago and now it stopped basically. Yeah, I never encountered this. That's a strange issue for sure. Okay, I think that's as far as we can go with this background for now. For now. I think it looks cool. It definitely has something. It definitely is something. Death is rolling out the carpet for you. I just realized No, I think that's fine. Okay. So the next thing that I would like to do is give the shop more options. For example, instead of a card here, I could have I could just offer 1 or 2 lacrima or whatever. I'm not sure if I want to do that now though. Let me see. So this is complete. We don't need that anymore. Okay, I was thinking about adding a new buff that is basically just spikes. That could be interesting. Maybe I want to do that. When does the podcast start? I think, so we don't have a fixed time, but it should start in about 1 hour, like within the next hour. Chirpy said that he usually starts streaming at around 2 or 3 p.m. And I think he doesn't want to start immediately. He wants to wait a little bit and get some people in his stream. And then we are going to start. So maybe it's gonna be at around 3 or 4 p.m. Something like that. I'll be there. Alright, cool. See you then. I dragged in a new instance of a revert that used the model, hit overrides, revert all, and now they're all working. That is crazy. So it was something, but it's not really apparent what it is. That is crazy, dude. Yeah, I'm trying to think what it could be. Like, if it's the collider, then it has to have something to do with the collider, but you say it's there, so I don't know what it could be. And the other thing that I can think of is that something is in between the terrain and where you're actually dragging the object, but something invisible. So maybe that's why, I don't know. Maybe you have an invisible object that you're trying to move the object over, and then it cannot find it doesn't collide with the terrain because you're moving your mouse over something else. Maybe that's why, I don't know. But that's the only thing that I can think of. Also, it doesn't make sense that it then works with revert all, so that's definitely not it. Yeah, that's a strange one, man. Someone told me that prefabs can have a ghost effect on the assets that they use sometimes. No. I mean, it almost sounds like an urban legend or whatever. But I would not put it past Unity. There are some scary things happening sometimes where it's like, what? What just happened? But yeah. Can have a ghost effect on the assets they use sometimes. Insane. But the problem is that now that you know, it's gonna be like, yeah, you have to drag it in and then revert all. It's this extra step that I have to take every time, I guess. Okay. Oh, that's also something I can do. Yeah. I'm trying to think what I'm gonna do next. Something that is not that big of a deal. Or we will just try to offer one lacrima every now and then. Something, yeah, something like that. Or the spikes. Offer cards on red for gold. I actually did that. Oh yeah, I could let people sell a card they just bought. That's true. That's easy to do. Let me see. Shopkeeper. Sell a card. Sell card routine. Animation. Okay. Where is this used? Total cards sold. Sell card confirm. Sell card. This level is nuts. By the way, both villain factions are infighting, have giant fleets destroying one another, and you're stuck in the middle with no allegiance to the side. What the hell are you doing, man? What kind of game is that? Are you telling me this is first person or what? Do you have a Steam page or an itch page or whatever that you want to share? It's a platformer? Wow. Now I'm making overdeveloped mods. Okay. I mean, I started making Half-Life mods, so making modifications is really is always fun. Where is the... Oh, it's new. Return. I see. Oh, that's it. That was the fix for this. Oh my god, I'm laughing at myself from like 2 years ago. Half-Life is goated. It's my brother's favorite game. Oh, really? I made... Maybe he knows my modification. It's called Half-Quick Trilogy. That's what I made. And if he doesn't, maybe he wants to check it out. I made that in 2002. Like the second part was in 2002. The third one was in 2010. And in 2018, I released everything on Steam. But yeah, making mods is... I don't know, it is a different vibe than making a game from scratch, like using an engine. I played whole Half-Life Tower and Black Mesa, not a mod, but still. I mean, Black Mesa, yeah. It's not a mod per definition, but it could be, probably. But yeah. No man, the Half-Life modding scene was incredible back then. So many creative mods came out of that era. It's very cool. I will just remove that, yeah. Let me just remove that. If it's new. And I'm also gonna check where it is called. I would consider Black Mesa to be roughly on par with the original until you get to Zen. Zen is close to the worst part of Half-Life. Zen is the best part of Black Mesa. Wow, yeah. This might be a hot take, but I never thought that the Zen part in Half-Life was that bad. I don't think it was. I mean, it was certainly different. But when I played it, it was always a little bit exciting. No, you know what? Now that I think about it, it was always a bit of a mess. Yeah, it's always a bit of a maze, and you don't really know where you're going. Yeah, yeah, no. But I still kind of enjoyed the mapping style. Like it did feel alien. That is what I enjoyed. I mostly didn't like On a Rail, dude. On a Rail was, yeah. On a Rail was testing my patience. I was like, "Are you sure I cannot run on the on the tracks?" I would just find a way to not use the train and just go on foot. But the game would not let you. It's like, why do the tracks hurt me? But I agree, the Black Mesa Zen part was amazing. Like I was impressed. I was really impressed. It's a really cool area. And as you said, they really made it much better in terms of level design and stuff. It was much clearer where you need to go and what you need to do. In the original, it was really just, I mean, I think the intention of the original was to make it feel as alien as possible. And that is why you don't really know where to go. Because you're on an alien planet, of course it feels alienating. So I think from that point of view, I think they managed to succeed, but compared to the rest of the game, it was a bit weird. Yeah. I do remember fondly the one area where you jump from rock to rock, and then you have these spikes coming out of the portal to Nihilland. That was a really impressive set piece. I really liked that one. That was really, really cool. Well, yeah, here we are. 25 years later. No, I would like to have a shop, please. Oh yeah, should I remove ambush? I don't know. Okay, here we go. So if I buy a card now, I can immediately sell it. I think that should be it, yeah. 235. And I get 62 back. That's 170. Yeah, why not? Hello, Pro Convolution. It's going really well. How are you doing? I'm working on the game a little bit, and later on we're gonna have a podcast with Matt Chirpy. We're gonna talk about why we make games, what got us into making games, and what's the current status of our games. And it might be a regular thing, we don't know yet, but we will see. Oh, enter regret. Oh my god. Should I remove ambush? I'm not really sure. I think ambush is a little bit too overpowered. I really like that curse. It's so devious. I like it. I love it. Okay. Let's see. What did I want to do next? I'm gonna add this to my changelog. Let people sell a card at digital sport. Yes. I think this was legendary pubs. You can now sell cards that you just bought in a shop. Thanks. Legend pubs. Regretful victim. Yes, that is indeed a reference. You spotted it. I'm not surprised you spotted it. So yeah, good job. You know what games sorely underuse? 3-sided boss fights, where 2 big enemies are fighting and you caught in the middle. Yeah, I mean, there are some boss fights in the Dark Souls game where you're surrounded by 3 bosses, right? 2 or more at least. I think the reason they are underused is that it can be really confusing for the player. Maybe that's why. Like, how do you signal to the player that you're getting attacked from behind? It's almost like you kind of have to cheat a little bit in the code and say, hey, the player is currently not facing the boss, or at least this part of the boss fight. So maybe tone it down a little bit. These are just 2-on-1. I seem to remember there was maybe one fight where you fought 3 bosses, but it's very rare, that's true. But in terms of, I mean, I think it's just because the player is easily overwhelmed then. Because first of all, how do you know when you're going to be attacked from behind? Unless it's a 2D platformer, I guess then it's a little bit more apparent, but in a 3D space, you would have to have some kind of on-screen indicator or whatever, or some other kind of hint or tell. I guess that's why. That's just a guess. If you want to overwhelm the player, then yeah, add more bosses. But if you're talking about what you are doing right now, trapped in between 2 armies of enemies, then yeah. There was a similar scene in Half-Life, right? Where soldiers would just fight against the aliens and kind of ignore you. But you could also just jump in between them, and they would also then just focus on you, all of them. Among other things, I was picturing something where you have to climb the bosses, and when you're on one, you will be vulnerable to attacks of the other, and regularly have to swap over. Oh. So it's a bit like Shadow of the Colossus, but more. More. More indeed. Okay, let's try the immunity effect. Let's see where this goes. I'm going to commit. Exactly. Okay, so you were thinking about Shadow of Colossus. Sonic Mania set up a 3-sided boss fight, but chickened out. I think it's just really hard to... I mean, the way you're phrasing it, it sounds almost like you are fighting each boss almost individually, right? Because when you are on another boss, then this boss cannot currently harm you, so... But yeah, no, that's an interesting thought. Magic carpet. And regret. Sell cards in shop immediately. There we go. Some games like Skyrim and Far Cry have some emergent gameplay where different factions, creatures, etc. might end up in a fight out in the world. Not a proper boss fight, but it's the closest I can think of right now. Yeah. Oh, hi, Matt Chirpy. I was like, huh? Yeah, then it's that's true, yeah. Moin moin. In this case, you had an easy setup because the bosses are fighting over the same object. So you make it that you have to destroy the object and you would need to use one to break the defense of the other. I mean, that sounds really cool. So it almost sounds like you're as the player, you are not the center of the attention, which then it definitely works to have more bosses. And there's a way to provoke them or whatever. That sounds cool. Carl is immune. Damn. I think it's in the code a lot. You could also do it in a turn-based RPG, where the gimmick is that after one dies, the other heart focuses on you. True. So you're encouraged to spread the damage out. Oh, I see. Yeah. Well, there's a lot of ways you can do that. Apparently. I'm trying to think of other games that did similar stuff, but I don't, apart from the faction stuff, I don't remember anything else. And other than Dark Souls. Chirpy, you've played Dark Souls, right? Is there a fight where you fight against 3 bosses? Because I think there are maybe a maximum of 2 bosses at the same time. Also, hello Emotep. How's it going? I feel like there was a game where you fought a boss and it would just revive other bosses from the past few levels. What was that? Oh yeah, no, it was Final Fantasy. Yeah, it was Final Fantasy 14. There was a boss fight. I think it was not. Yeah, maybe it was Bahamut. It might have been Bahamut. Yeah. And it would always summon other bosses like Ifrit, Garuda, Shiva, and whatever. So this was always like, this was a Final Fantasy 14 had a lot of really big boss fights with several bosses at the same time. And the cool thing about it is, since you were a party, you would always have to designate other people to say, okay, when this second boss spawns, you have to take it and kite it around the arena and stuff like that. So yeah. This fight also happens in Fallout. Actually, I think Bethesda just copy pasted from Skyrim. I mean, I wouldn't put it past them. Still working, only listening. Okay, hope everything is going well for you. Hope everything is going well for you as well, Imhotep. Hope the work ends soon. Dark Souls 1 has Ornstein and Smaug. 2 versus 1, but also 4 kings, but those are in a succession, not simultaneous. Okay. Dark Souls 2 has a fight against 3 bosses. Nice. In fairness, this happens in most media. Sylox in Metroid Prime 4 allied with the Space Pirates, which makes no sense given his history. Right, it's just default to good with evil. I mean, yeah. I guess they default to it because it's easier to grasp as a reader or a player. All bad guys are on the same side. I mean, you know it is. No, I don't know how it is. How does it go there? The enemy of my friend is my enemy? No, I don't know. I don't know. I just think the writers for the game were bomb without any imagination lobe. Damn. That is harsh. But alright. It's just like it's missing. Oh, you dropped something. Oh, what's that? Oh, that's my imagination lobe. Oh, damn. I'm sorry, I grew out of that. Doesn't fit anymore. But dude, yeah, Final Fantasy 14 had some amazing boss fights. Like really cool designed boss fights and stuff. I kind of miss it, and on the other hand, I kind of don't. Because every boss fight, you almost had to know. It was always always like a dance, or like you're in a band and you play a song. That is always what it was, because everybody had their own roles and you had to do certain things at certain intervals and certain times. It was almost like a dance. So a boss fight was almost like a puzzle in some way. So I'm trying to think if I wanna change the immunity or how immunity works. But that requires at least 16 changes. But it doesn't seem too bad. If is immune. What is that? Oh my god, there's an exception here for provoke. That's crazy. Yeah, it seems like when I change this, it would remove a lot of unnecessary complexity of the code. And you know what they say. Removed code is debugged code. That's what I learned from my senior programmer. I'm still trying to think. Didn't Sekiro have a boss fight with more targets? I remember in Sekiro there was a boss fight where you had to fight 2 apes. Not sure about 3. So when I change how immunity works, then I will have to check if if the spell that you're playing has some kind of debuff, because for debuffs it is immune, but for anything else it is not immune. For damage, I mean. But I think I should just try it out, because I can always revert it. Okay. It's a big change. But the reason I want to do this is because I think it's more fun. If a boss is immune to everything, then it's just not fun. Even if you're hitting it and it doesn't do anything, it should at least do something. So this is why I want to do it. And I can always go back with version control anyway, so we're just gonna go from the top and see where it leads. This is fine. Alright, sounds good. All buff removed. This stars effect immunity is correct. I think this is the first one, right? Steal HP. Trigger activate on steal HP. Okay, I think this is the first one, yeah. Because you can steal HP. That is insane. Wait a minute, does this... What if... Wait a minute, if you hit somebody and for 6 damage and he has shield, you still heal for 6? Okay. Let's not worry about that. Immunity end effect, that's fine. Card is immune. So this is the one that I was talking about. If enemy card has actions, has debuffs, I don't know, has defense actions, has offense actions. I'm not sure if I should change this or not. I think I'm just gonna remove it and we will see. We will see how it plays out. Okay, let's if you're immune to damage, we are not immune to damage anymore. It's just a damage reduction. Hit. Card is immune. There we go. Goodbye. What was the other one? Clear buffs. This is still true. You cannot clear buffs for immunity. That is still true. And it should also be immune. Wait a minute. Is action offense material? That's fine. If it has status effect immune, where is it? There it is. Oh, that's okay. Check status effect triggers. What does that do? On enemy sleep? On enemy debuff? I guess that's correct. If his buff... What does... Ah, never mind. That's perfectly fine. Inflict status effect. Immunity. That's also true. So here's the thing. What did I just remove that affects how it gets a debuff? I only removed 2. Okay, so the problem is that we need to see where it is resisted. Can resist debuff. Yeah, that's it. There it is. Okay. I think that was it, yeah. Where is this used? Can resist debuff. Card resisted. Card resisted, okay. Okay, so I think this is almost done actually. We just need to say where it... where's shield? Status, effect, CS, shield. Alle Verweise suchen. Let's take a look where it is and then we're gonna calculate incoming damage. There it is. We need to reduce it by an additional immunity. Get percentage for immunity. I'm gonna say 7.5. There is another ad coming. Alright. I think I'm gonna snooze that once and the next one I'm gonna take a break. Yeah, that should be right. So, shielded damage is this, which means 75%. It sounds not like a lot. So, we might have to change that at some point. But let's see. We also need to change the description of immunity. I'm actually a little bit excited about this change. Okay, immune to clear buff, debuffs, and reduces incoming damage by 75%. Let's try that. That's gonna be, yeah, that definitely needs someone to translate. That's not what it says. Wait a minute. Der Boss, startet an Immunität. Sie sind immun gegen Buffs. No. What does clear buff say? Clear buff? Buffs klären? Oh my god. German, am I right? Er leidet 75% weniger Schaden. Let's add a period here. Reduce incoming damage by 75%. Alright. Let's try it out. I think this is much more interesting now because you can actually try to damage the boss if you have a high damage deck. But we might actually need to change it to 90%. I think 75 is a bit too low. Where if a boss needs to survive for 3 rounds. Let me see. There should be a boss around the corner. Oh, there it is. Alright, let's see. So, oh my god. It once again breaks the force wall. But it says, boss automatically starts with immunity, immune to clear buffs, debuffs, reduce incoming damage by 75%. So I should be able to do this. It does 1 damage. Nice. So you can damage it at least. It doesn't feel that unfair, I guess. Ouch. Tarok hit Amdusias for 2 physical damage. Nice. Very nice. Peaks. Okay, and this should not work. Okay. Apparently it does work. If I do this, you get poison. Well, that's not good. No. You should immune to debuffs. Let's see. Resist. Can resist debuff. So where is this used? If not here. Oh. No, what? If it's not above, ear break. Why is it not doing that? That's weird. Can resist debuff. Why is that? Oh, because of the status effect. Ah, okay. If has status effect, immunity. Return true. That is... Yeah, that's correct. I think that's it. Okay. But yeah, it needs to... Oh. Okay. Wait a minute. No. It needs to have... I'm just gonna split this up. Also, I'm gonna go on breaks very quickly. If... Return. False. Alright, I will be right back. Alright. So let's continue that. If it has overcharged, then it cannot resist the debuff. This always happens. Okay. If it has resist, return true. If it has immunity, return true. Let's try that. Alright, let's reload. And I think it should be able to resist now. So the podcast is going to happen in about 30 minutes. And we're gonna be in a Discord call and we're gonna merge the chats together. You know, Ghostbusters always told us that we should not cross the streams, but we're gonna do it. We're going to cross the streams. And then we're gonna talk a little bit about game dev and why we are here. You know, why are we here? Okay, let's try it again. I'm gonna say this done and play this card. Resist. There we go. But you should still get a little bit of damage. Yeah. So if I add this, resisted, alright. But this guy should at least do a little bit of damage. $10 damage, at least. That's good. Okay, it seems fine. It seems a bit more fair than before. And I'm actually gonna die. Okay. Seems like a good thing. I'm just gonna play to the first one. To the first boss. See how it goes. But otherwise, I think this is a good change. And it is done. I can't think of anything else that I could have missed. I was also thinking about, what if discard card actually lets you choose the card that you need to discard? That could also be really cool. And would be relatively simple because the cards are already here on the board. And it would just wait for... It would just wait for you to click something. Could work. Let's see. Oh. I wanted to go to the inventory. Kill you a little bit. Just a little bit. What was the... Genau. Permanently increases values of equipped block armor by 2. Whenever this creature successfully activates chain space light. Oh, that's cool. When this creature is a killing blow, gain temperature that as phase. Oh. I need to upgrade this guy. Oh. Then we have this. No, just keep going. That's fine. Card plate. Then let's keep going. I'm gonna... Okay. What does this look like now? Better. There was a problem with the title earlier, so I was just checking out if it's okay now. Everything seems good. Let's upgrade this guy. Card blade, sounds good. Whenever this creature does a killing blow, gain 10% of damage as faith. Sounds good. Increased chance of luck is by 50%. Incredible. Incroyable. I don't have any of those though. They wanna sacrifice? Not really. Oh my god, 3 fights. It's 20 minutes. Okay. More poison. Heal. Let's do a little bit more damage. I just want to see the first boss with real values. And then we can see if the damage reduction is good enough or if it needs to be further reduced. Give me some gold, please. Yes. Alright. Exile. Exile, there it is. Growth. Whenever... Okay, definitely to upgrade this guy as well. This is doubled. Oh, great. And then, let's see. You're dead. Poison. Does anybody need poison? Not really. Okay, boss fight. So, boss always starts with immunity. Immune to clear buff, debuffs. Reduces incoming damage by 75%. I don't think it needs the first sentence, to be honest, but I guess I can just remove that first sentence. I don't really know if that's necessary. But yeah, people were asking why does it have immunity. No, let's keep it in. That's fine. That's fine. I'm gonna get some damage here. Okay. Yeah, I think this feels much better than it did before. Oh my god, fractured my poison. My poison. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm gonna make myself a tea. Okay. All right. We have about 50 minutes before the podcast starts, so we will just keep testing the game for a little bit. And then we will see. We're going to jump into a call. And do some cool question stuff. Podcast stuff, yeah. Okay. Let me just finish the second chapter right now and see how everything plays out. Continue. Give me a fight. Yes, that sounds good. I'm gonna heal everything. Enemy buff stone skin. That sounds nice. I definitely want to add more of these special enemies. The goal is that at some point I will have at least 2 special enemies per fight, so I guess I will have at least 50 special enemies in the game. That's the goal. Will we ever get there? I don't know. We can upgrade my poison. Poison 18, where was it? Yeah, that sounds good. Turn past, poison, gold access, sounds good. And shield. I never really do that though. But that's fine. It's a shop. I'm gonna buy a Lakama pack, I think. Yeah. So definitely want to add more variation here at some point. Still canonical in Half-Greek University. I think you mean universe, but yes. Yeah, I would say it is canon. For sure. Alright. Let me just put this over here. New shop design looks really good. To be honest, that's really cool to hear. Thank you very much. Oh, why do I have... Oh, apathy, damn. Yeah, I also want to add new options. For example, at the right, I want to offer some kind of Lakama for an additional price. Like for example here, instead of the 2 cards, I want to have 2 slots where you can just buy the Lakama directly. But I'm not sure about it yet. Also, I was thinking that maybe you could also be able to buy a blessing here or remove a curse for money. That could be interesting, I think. But it needs to be a high cost. The thing is then that going to the shop is a bit more of a decision, because at the moment it's like, yeah, let's just give me the best card or the best Lakama and that's it. But if you also have the option to remove a curse or to buy a blessing or some kind of rare Lakama, I think it could be more interesting. And it would also break up the design a little, like the space a little bit. Because at the moment it's just 5 cards. And yeah, you can definitely do more with that space. That's what I wanna try. Provoked, give me a shield, but I'm gonna put this guy over to you. We have curse triggered. Card blade, 20 card discard. That never happens, but it's fine. Provoked, charm, and impulse. Okay. We don't have any creature in exile, so we'll just keep playing. It was charmed, yay! Favor 8. What a beautiful Lacrima. Boss fight. Once again, we can now damage the boss. So this did actually some damage, which is cool. Damn. Oh, I should have redrawn. Card blade. We will see healed. Oh, I cannot poison this guy. Provoked, impulse 8. Okay, at least it does some damage. A little bit, yeah. See, I think this is very good. Because you can at least hit it. Full spear, incinerate 18. Oh my god. Actually, this design reminds me of the shop in Resident Evil 4 again. When the merchant opened his cloak, what you're buying, stranger? Yeah, maybe I was subconsciously inspired by Resident Evil 4 once again. What are you buying? I was actually watching somebody play Resident Evil 4 remake. I feel like the new shop voice is not as good as the old one. Were they reusing the old voices or did they hire a new voice actor? I'm not sure. It sounds a bit different in the remake. Okay, let's play a few more cards. But I really like the boss change. I think this is a good change. A good change. Holy shit. 81? Let's put this guy here. That's interesting. Okay, never mind. Everything is looking good. The question is, when do we release the beta? We could release it today, actually, probably. I don't know. I don't know what to do. Usually it's better to get feedback as early as possible, so might be time. Oh my god. Who put this creature into the game? It was me. Dude, that has a lot of shield. Creature plate ambush and resist. Okay. Wow. I'm gonna go through this really quickly. Do I have... I mean, favor is nice. Kind of wanna increase that though. 28, nice. Card plate, favor. More favor is always a good idea. Let's see what the elite fight has was. Oh, clear buffs, clear... fracture, no. No, 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 no. That's not good. You can fracture this guy. That is a lot of buffs though. I don't have anything in my exile, so But I think I would need to trigger this now. Better now than in the boss. Wow. He actually fractured my special ability. That's crazy. You bastard. Another lead fight. Oh my god. Okay, what can we do? We can play this. Attack, Warcry, Impulse, and Void 9. That's okay. Sure. You can do that. Absolutely. Oh well. Healed. Turn passed. Oh. So my curse trigger should be working now. Ally debuffed exile. Are you serious? I can do more damage. And then you're hopefully dead. Yes. Did anybody get exiled? I don't think so, because then we should see something here. Robber. Alright. Let's see. Magic ward. I don't need a robber, but that's fine. Void. Exodus. That should be enough to kill a boss. Well, that's not good. That is not good. Yeah, I don't like that at all. Jesus. Okay. Can I provoke the other part? Charm, please? God damn it. That's bad. We might actually die here. Dude, this is crazy. Like that this got charmed. Not a good thing at all. It got charmed again? Okay, but at least it's only until next round. Gonna get a new curse. That's fine. That's not fine. Dude, that's okay. Sure. I'm just gonna do it. Dude, that is crazy. I can never beat this. I think I've actually killed myself, yeah. This is already overcharged, okay. I mean, I can try to kill this one, but it's... No. I can try to exile it. No. Oh well. It was a good try. That was crazy though. What a crazy run. Okay, I'm going to be right back. I think it's almost time for the podcast, so I'm going to take a short break again. And then, let's see. See you in about 2 minutes. Okay. Let me see. We have this here, we have this. I'm gonna change the title, or at least prepare it. Okay, so we can just click here. That's cool. I need to open up this. Hello, T-Bag. How dare you leave so early on Wednesday? I was crying myself into sleep. No! Oh, no. Do I want to block this or allow it? Oh my god, I have no fucking idea, dude. I don't think I need to do that. I mean, you can. What? No, I'm talking about this. It was asking for my permission and I said block. We are about to start a podcast with Matt Chappie. And it's gonna be interesting. I need to start. I think I need to start a virtual camera. Appreciate the heads up there. You're welcome. And then I need to include my camera. Oh no. Oh no. Wait a minute. Camera setup. Virtual camera. There it is. Okay. Set up the virtual camera. Virtual camera. What just happened? OBS virtual camera. Yes. Hello? How dare you? How are you? So I got a bit too much in chat. What? That's not good. So it is displaying it here. Okay, let's choose a different one. And then let's choose OBS again. Can select the camera maybe over in use. No, I want the virtual camera. Oh, I need to, yeah, okay. Damn, dude. I was like, why does this not work now? Okay, it's working. That's good. My bro from Convolution. The official bro of Convolution. Let me just switch to this side here. I'm gonna zoom myself out a little bit more. Oh, actually I can zoom in into my nose. How do you like that? Okay, like this. And then we're gonna have Chirpy on the other side. I need to start Discord. Discordia. I'm gonna start it. I was gonna say on the other side, but hold on one second. You look better from the other side. Good. That's good. Okay. How are you all doing today? How is everybody? Are you looking forward to the weekend? Because I am. Oh. Discord was like, oh, what the fuck are you doing? Yes. Okay. So, the podcast is going to be about why we got into games, why we make games and stuff like that. And it's gonna take about an hour. And I think it's really gonna be interesting because if this works, it's going to be maybe a regular thing, but we're not sure yet. So yeah, it depends on you. It depends on you all. We are going to have a merged chat experience, which means we're gonna be mixed up with the chat from Matt Chirpy. So I want you on your absolute best behavior. Happy Friday indeed. Gotta get down on Friday. What if I'm on both chats again? Well, we will experience singularity firsthand. It's gonna be amazing. Yeah. I'll be quiet, I promise. No. You should not be quiet, Imhotep. You should say something. No, the thing is, we're gonna do the podcast thingy, and we will, of course, take a look at chat, because that is now automatic in our brain. But if it's off topic, we will likely not read it out loud. But if it's on topic, you can add to the discussion. So yeah, we try not to spam HK on. Dude, you know what? I should just embrace it, right? I should just say, whenever we rate somebody, everybody needs to spam HK. We should just embrace it, yeah. Something indeed. Do you wanna light some candle? These are from the time I used to display Faith in Despair in Game City, in the huge government building. I know a thing or two about dev stuff, so well, it's all if X happens, then do Y. That's true, yeah. It's all just if conditions, and you have some infinite while loops. If you behave inappropriately, your entire family line will be sent to Halfquake. What is edge here? There's one mysterious spammer that drives by and just says that. Yeah, that's true. The funny thing about that is that it just happens every now and then. It can happen on the Twitch side. Ah, okay. He just said me he's not gonna start now. It happens on the Twitch side, and it can also happen on the YouTube side, which is really fascinating. And we actually blocked the word Ashkir from appearing in chat, which is actually, now that I think about it, you can type it in chat. Well, I guess the blocking does not work. Huh? Now that I think about it, didn't we have an auto mode for this? Oh, there it is. That was the remix from Renderpunk. There we go, man. I think we have some auto mode for this. Blocked terms and phrases. See? Blocked terms and phrases, Ashkir. It occurred 9 times already. That's crazy, but why can you now... It got auto... Ah, you allowed it. Ah, okay, got it. I was confused for a second there, because I was... yeah. Definitely. Ashkey Lakamo to Faith in Despair. Yeah. What does it do about convolution? Yeah, that explains why you got auto-modded. That's true. But it's so funny, because one time Ashkey was written with a bunch of emojis in between the letters. And it's like, oh, they know. So I don't know. Maybe it's somebody in chat. Maybe it's you, Imhotep. And he's like, what is Ashkir? He's like evil smiling all the time. Yeah. Let's drink some tea. And maybe not spill it. It's not me, I promise. No, don't teabag. It's it's like drinking meat. Well, cheers. Ah. You know, there's this unwritten rule that when you sip something, you always have to end it with ah. the unwritten law of the universe. I got a package today. My trolling energies are getting drained. Oh, you're from England? Yes, exactly. Actually, I'm from Australia. I got a package today which contains the new internet modem. It's a portable modem, and I'm really excited about it because I can. It's for a second connection when I'm streaming outside, so it's gonna be cool. I have one outside stream planned already. So when it gets a little bit warmer, I'm gonna go outside and touch grass. Same but different, yeah. Oh man, this hits. This just hits the right spot. What is your favorite tea? Because my favorite tea is definitely ginger tea. At the moment it is ginger tea, but I also really like chamomile tea. You had your beutel in there. That's not, no, that does not sound good. No, take it out next time. But yeah, I'm really looking forward to the IRL streams. I have one planned, and of course the one in San Francisco. I hope it goes well. I looked at some SIM cards and stuff. It is really weird because when you look up how people stream IRL, there's a lot of conflicting information out there. Where it's like, yeah, you should just buy the 3,000 euro backpack, the IRL backpack with 2 modems and I don't know how many connections, and it costs around $250 per month. Which is fine, but it's a huge backpack. If you just want to stream on your phone, there are other options, right? And I remember when I was stream sniping a streamer, IRL, here in Vienna and in Budapest. He just had a very light setup. He was just walking around with the mobile phone and a backpack. A small pack on his side, so yeah. By the way, the piano on the black sheet look like coffin. Yeah, that's your coffin, Bro Convolution. It's ready for you. It's just better when the sun shines. No, it's Bro Convolution's coffin. I'm scared. Yeah. Why were you stream sniping? Why is this unlike me? Dude, I was stream sniping so many people in TwitchCon U. I will not name any names, but the videos are out there. One of the shorts even got, I think, 10,000 views. It was it was nice. No, stream sniping is really fun. And I stream sniped that one person twice, once in Vienna and then again in Budapest. And I was just the cameraman for him the entire day. Like the entire 6 or 8 hours. I think I should look around now. Yes, you should. You should be you should be scared. You know, I was even thinking about sniping Sasha Grey when she was here in Vienna. But then I was like, what am I gonna say? But no, stream sniping people is really fun. Especially, I mean, you have to kind of know the streamer, otherwise it's not really interesting. Just stream sniping people randomly, even if you don't know them or have never watched the content, that doesn't make a lot of sense in my opinion. So, but yeah, I sniped some really cool people. I was actually thinking of going to TwitchCon EU again this year. We will see. I might have to, because that would also mean that I could stream there. Do some IRL stream around TwitchCon, around Rotterdam. That would be really fun. And could be an interesting way to collaborate with other people. We will see. Does Chappie know that you do the podcast, or are you just stream snapping him too? I'm actually just stream snapping him. Yeah, no, Chappie has no idea. I've actually prepared a hack here. See? I'm gonna ping his IP. That's his IP. I know exactly where he lives. You see? I know exactly where he lives. And then I will just and then I will just in Twitch here. Dude, the RAM prices are insane. Comments indeed. The RAM prices are insane. I know that my artist, Lufo, he actually wants to buy a new PC, but the RAM prices are so high at the moment that he's like, wait a minute. It's kind of crazy. I don't know what's happening there. I mean, I know what's happening there, OpenAI, right? But yeah. Feierabend indeed. Cheers, Terok. Hoch die Hände, Wochenende. If the RAM prices stay like the way they are, I'm wondering how this is going to affect the Steam machine, the Steam box, the Gabe box. We shall see. Does anybody of you want to buy a new PC anytime soon? I think the RAM situation is further proof that there is no God. Broke convolution. January 23rd, 2026. Nope, I bought one last year. I think that was good timing, man. Did you need a new PC, or was it like did you have a feeling that the prices are gonna increase, so you bought one? God just hates us. I wanted to buy a new PC, but I save up for a Gabe box. Yeah, again, I'm not really sure how it's gonna affect the Gabe box. Both. Alright. Terra with the insane insight. There's going to be ads. We will just write it out. No, my PC is now from 2018, so I'm a little bit I'm a little bit screwed on that front, because I mean, it's still working, even though now it has Windows 11, which you know, it kind of makes everything a little bit slower, unfortunately. But I still we can still play Age of Mythology, so it's not that bad. I needed one because mine was dying. I heard about Nvidia and RAM stuff, and I decided to get one now. Good choice, man. Good choice. All right. I mean, I think I will use this ad break for a quick break. So, be right back. Need to get a new PC because of Windows 11, but I will wait until the end of the year. When do you think Windows 12 is gonna be here? Or are we all gonna switch to Linux? I kinda don't wanna switch to Linux, but I think at some point we're gonna have to. I think it's the last thing that we can do. I bought my new PC and the periphery for it last summer for $264 if converted rubles to dollars, and this feeling of getting on the last car of the train is simply wonderful. Wow. Welcome back, Tarok. I'm also back. But yeah. I was also AFK. So yeah. Did you all see this image? Just saying, because it's very important. If you haven't seen it, then you can see it again. What about if we just stay on Windows 10? For this laptop, I'm definitely She is scared alive indeed. It is the most important gift so far. That's true. So for this laptop, I am definitely gonna stay on Windows 10 because I remember the first time I got it, it was already a lot of work to get everything going. Like I had to install some stuff for fan control. I had to what else did I? Yeah, for Samplitude I did have to do some stuff. So I don't like. I feel like if I upgrade this laptop to Windows 11, it's gonna break, and we don't like things that break, right? No, I will definitely on this laptop. I will stay on Windows 10. I did upgrade my other one, my Tower PC, but man, like every time I click on the sound options, it takes like 30 seconds. Does delicious Unity game dev mean your game dev is delicious, or you as a game dev are delicious? Asking for a friend. I mean, if you're trying to flirt with me, that's maybe not the best way. Why my pants always have a line of fur across the leg? Well, now you know. Dude, cats. Am I right? I think it's just Unity itself is very delicious, you know. Unity is very biteable. I think cat memes are a sign that God exists and does not hate us. Don't you think so? Maybe you shouldn't eat that. It might look delicious, but it's probably not. No. It's not about eating? Ah. It's about the experience? Ah. Damn, dude. Ah, true. You might be right. I still wouldn't advise eating that. Even if you're a cat. Even if you think that licking yourself clean will get rid of the radiation. The fuck's that? Alright. Well, rubbing against the couch to get rid of it for sure. You think so? The cat thinks so. Absolutely. So what do you do after work? Because when I had a long day of work or whatever, I usually have to take like an hour or so to completely get rid of this foggy brain after work. Watch you. But I remember that when I still had like a 1 hour commute, the commute was always really, I mean, it was long and was dreadful, but in a way it also helped me get out of my head a little bit. Get rid of all of the work thoughts. It's all about the switching of context, I guess. Okay. Let's choose what we're gonna do now. I'm going to attend GDC, as I said before, and I need to select people that I would like to meet. So let's see, maybe we can find somebody interesting. Job level. Who would we like to meet? Maybe a manager? Does this have dark mode? It does. Cool. A manager or maybe an owner. I find it hilarious that dark mode turns on the check marks. That's crazy. So I have reset everything and I'm just gonna go through a list and see if I know anybody. This is a software engineer, alright. University of California, Riot Games. Riot Games could be interesting. What does this guy do? Mark has been developing games in the industry since 1992. Oh, he worked on the original Thief and System Shock 2 games. System Shock games. That's crazy. Since then, he has created games with teams large and small. Do we wanna contact details now? Let's see. Well, that's cool. Do you wanna take a look? Maybe. Isn't that the guy from Friends? No, I don't think the guy from Friends worked on Thief and System Shock. This is a cat apparently. Can I meet up with a cat? Thinking about games, confessional narratives, obscure sorrows, and cool vibes. Wait, let me see. Oh, it's time. It's time, ladies and gentlemen. I'm gonna close this. Get rid of the thingy here. Go back to the podcast view. Priority high, please. Absolutely. I'm ready when you are. Alright. Okay, are you guys ready? Are you guys ready? I'm gonna turn off the music. Remember, we're gonna join the other chat. So say hello to everybody. And we will read chat, but if it's off topic, we might not read it out loud. But if it's on topic and adds to the discussion, that would be actually cool maybe. We will see. I'm gonna start a call now. How do I... Where is the icon? Oh, there it is. OBS virtual camera. Sounds good. Alright, we're calling. And there should be a window here for streaming, yes. Let's see if the technical side is going to work with us today. Hello, hello. Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me as well? Okay, that's a good start. No, I cannot hear myself. I would assume you also don't hear yourself. What? No. I'm having a like one earpiece. I'm like the guy from the Matrix, the agent. I will invite you. Oh yeah. Why are you not here? Hang on 1 second. Test 1 2 3. I'm gonna keep talking a little bit. Actually, why is the Discord one not? Oh, maybe I need a new one. Hang on 1 second. Discord. Oh yeah, yeah. That's that's much better. Hang on 1 second. Wait a minute, that's me.
Damn, you kicked me off your stream now. It's a double
What?
mothership.
What? No. God damn. So it works on your side? You just were able to. Okay.
Yeah, I think it all looks good here.
Hang on 1 second. Oh, there you are. There you are. I'm gonna make it a bit smaller, I think. And even more smaller. That's about right. What do you guys think?
I think that looks good.
All right. Then shall we cross the streams?
Yeah, let's do it. Just send me the invite.
You're 95% success. True. Crossing the streams, yes. You should not do that at home. Did it do something? Is it doing something?
I don't think so. I didn't get any
Oh.
pop-up this time.
Oh my god, the invite wore off. How about now? Still not?
No.
The host or another mod just performed that action. So it seems to have gone through to you, but not.
Let me check. Does it? I remember when we tried this. Oh yeah, wait. Oh no, it did. I didn't get the notification, but I can find it here, I think.
All right.
I'm gonna mute myself inside of the call, but
Hello coding. Hello everybody.
is it working? Yeah, chat started.
Seems like it works.
I think so.
Cool. Audio levels, everybody's happy with the audio levels on both sides? Say
Testing.
just put 1 in the chat if everything is okay. Otherwise put 0 in the chat. Sounds good? Okay.
Wait.
All right. 2 render punk. I told you to behave. Shh. Okay. Well, I guess we should start. Everything okay? Everything ready? All right. Welcome everybody to the first episode of the the Chirpy and Mothership game dev podcast. We don't have an official name yet, so we're just gonna wing it.
The untitled podcast.
The officially untitled podcast, yes. I'm one of your hosts, Mothership, and alongside the absolute mad lad, Matt Choppy. How are you today, Choppy?
I'm doing quite well, I would say. How are you?
Also doing quite well. I'm very excited about this. I have talked
Hmm?
about this for, I think, a month ago or whatever, and so I'm happy that it's finally working. Do you want to quickly talk about the current state of your project because you're about to launch, like for 5 minutes, and then
Yeah,
we jump
sure.
into the big one? All right. So how's it going? How are you
Um,
feeling? How is the general vibe?
I'm feeling quite good. I do think the release is going to be slightly later than I initially planned, um, as as it tends to be, I suppose. But overall, my game is, for anyone is unaware, I'm working on a like point and click puzzle horror game called Shroud of Gloom, which I've been working on for the past year and a couple of months. And the game is basically, I would say it's feature complete. And right now, I am mainly working on just trying to cram out as much content as possible and hoping for a release around like summer this year or so. I
Oh,
initially was planning to release earlier, but once again, I don't know. I had a very stressful demo release, and I think that was partly because I set the release date a little bit too early. So I'm leaning a bit towards not wanting to do the same mistake for the full release, so to
right.
speak.
Okay. So when you say feature complete, but then you also say adding new content, doesn't new content also require some features because you're working on a puzzle game, right? So isn't that also kind of adding new features, or what are you talking about now?
Not really. I mean, it's not to the point where I'm saying that like not gonna have to write any more code or whatever. But like the system I have set in place right now for all of my interactables, as I call them in the game, anything you can click on basically, is highly flexible. So it's basically handled through components in Unity. So it's just puzzle pieces. So with those, even when there's something new I want to make, I almost always have the underlying logic to make it. It's just like making a bit of art and whatnot. But I suppose what I mean with like features is more so the like in terms of like the map that you have in the game and the different systems for the interactions that you can create and stuff like that.
All
Does
right.
that kind of make sense?
No, it does. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So it's kind of like you built the base around it, and now you're just filling in the concrete or whatever.
Yeah, yeah, I would say so. Like, I'd say maybe a better way of putting it is that like all of the vast majority of like the systems under the hood for the game is completed. So I just need to use those systems to actually make the content.
Mm-hmm. Interesting. So you're so you're going system first and then content. You're not like, I need this. Interesting. Okay.
Yeah, I would say so. And in some regard, I almost use it as a little bit of a design constraint where, like, if something requires a feature that is too different from what I have right now, it's more so that I use that as a constraint to, like, not do that thing, if that kind of makes sense. Like, I'm trying to do the most with the stuff I have, kind of.
So you're also kind of limiting yourself a little bit, and that
I,
sparks more
I would say I limit
creativity.
myself a lot.
Okay. Interesting.
For anyone that's been watching my stream and stuff, I'm very big on constraints. Like I enjoy working with constraints. So for example, my game has a total of 7 colors, and I think about like every third stream or so, someone tells me that I should add another color for this or that, and I am always like very strict and stubborn. Like I don't want to add more colors. Like I enjoy having the constraint that this is all I can do. And likewise with like interactions in the game. Another thing that I decided very early on, and I'm not saying this is for the better, but I'm just saying this is my mentality around it. I decided that like dragging, like the act of dragging objects, is not something we're gonna have in the game.
Oh, really? You actually
Yeah.
decided
So
against it? Because I thought it
hmm?
was already in the game that you had trackable objects in the inventory. Wasn't that the case?
Yeah, I did use it. That was a little bit of one of the exceptions where I used it to reorder the inventory. However, that did end up causing other issues, so that has actually been scrapped
Oh,
as of right now. So you actually can't do that anymore. But in terms of like the puzzle interactions and like the stuff that you do like in the game, I basically gotten it to a point where you never have to drag anything because I think the main thing for me is that I value consistency higher than like anything else. And that's one of the reasons why I don't want to like change my palette, because across the board I want the palette for the game to be pretty much the same. So if someone tells me you should add a bit of green for this specific object, now I'm like, but then I have to add green everywhere else in the game so it's consistent, and I don't want to do that. And likewise when it comes to dragging, I think it's actually, I don't know, I find it a bit hard to make it intuitive. Like, when are you supposed to drag something and when are you supposed to click on something? And how do I explain that to the player so it's like abundantly clear to them how this specific thing is supposed to be interacted with? Whereas if I put a constraint on myself early and say that this is a pretty pure point and click game, not a like point, click, and drag game, then like as soon as people start playing, eventually they're gonna learn that everything is handled through clicks. So there never needs to be that like I was playing another game recently where I realized that it can actually be a little bit tricky sometimes when games do both clicks and drags, because it's not always, you might click on something you're supposed to drag on and then not understand why it doesn't work, or try and drag something you're supposed to click on, etc.
yeah. For me, it was in my game where you can click on cards and to select them and then click on the target. But I also I watched people play the game, and sometimes they would click on it and click on a target, but then almost automatically or subconsciously they would start dragging the cards. So I immediately knew, okay, I had to support both ways of dealing with that. And also, because we can slot gems into the cards, it's the same thing. Some people started out by clicking them and then clicking on the target slot. But again, subconsciously, they just decided to, no, now I want to drag it. So I'm like, okay, I need to support both use cases. But yeah,
I
that
think
is,
that makes sense in some regard, because obviously you're working on like a deck builder,
of course, yeah.
and in general, I think dragging is a lot more expected in a genre like that. Like it's a fairly common thing to be able to like drag a card out or whatever it is. But I do think like one of the ways you can actually solve the issue that I was talking about is like you did, because what you're saying is that you're actually supporting both,
Mhm.
right? Which means that there's no way it's never going to be unintuitive, because no matter what they try to do, no matter how they want to do it, it's going to work, right?
There are some edge cases.
Oh, really?
Yeah, there is one edge case where, for example, if you have one hand in your card and you click on it and then you drag it onto the field and then you put it back into your hand, then people expect it to not be as an active object. Like edge cases like this, where even if they click on a card for long enough, then it should count as a tentative click and not as a selection and stuff like that. So it was really interesting because even through
Oh, I
playtesting,
see.
yeah, it's like putting back is an action that you have to kind of support while dragging. I didn't realize this either, but but it's just
Yeah, and
I think that people feel like it should be.
I guess that's where I think my fear from implementing dragging kind of stems from, because I feel like it's going to introduce either a lot of like unintuitive things where like a lot of the stuff I've already completed now needs to support dragging. Like as a random example, when I have like a dumb waiter in my game that you can kind of use as a impromptu elevator. And in that one, you click on the rope to go up and down, right?
Right.
That seems like it is like, if we had dragging, you should probably drag the rope,
Yeah,
because that makes sense from like the action you're doing. So I would need to like reiterate on a lot of those. But then it's also like I think it's easy to underestimate those type kind of like I just did, underestimate those types of edge cases that you now mentioned that might appear from supporting multiple forms of input.
I think it is a can of worms. Let's put it
Yeah.
that way.
And I feel like, maybe I'm being silly, but sometimes I feel like I struggle enough as is, so I try to keep things. That's what I say, like, I just enjoy working with a lot of constraints, and I think it kind of helps me design-wise as well. Like, I feel like in terms of creativity, I actually think I work better with constraints. So that's why I have a lot of these like random rules that I've put on myself in terms of like what I'm like allowed to do with my own game, which might sound silly because, people might expect that it's my game, I should be able to do what I want, but I truly don't see it that way. Like, it's like written laws for me. Like, I'm not allowed to add more colors. I'm not allowed to drag objects. I'm not allowed to rotate pixels. Everything has to be pixel perfect, stuff like that, that I just put maybe sometimes a bit too much value on, but I tend to be really strict with it.
I think
But it helps me keep things simple and consistent.
Yeah, I think it shows in the end product. I think like the project has a very cohesive feeling, if that makes sense, because of these rules in place. I think that's the result of these rules. So yeah,
And and that's why I think that is like the thing I value, because I don't know if you agree with this, but my argument always is that consistency across the game tends to be one of the things I think makes a game seem the most polished or whatever. So an example of this is something like, say, shit, what was I gonna say? Consistency. Yeah, take something like art style, for example. I think that a consistently shitty art style in a video game is gonna look better than a inconsistently beautiful art style. That's pretty much my argument.
no, I would agree. I think a lot of people would
Yeah.
agree,
No.
especially
But
players who enjoyed Cruelty Squad.
and that's what I mean. Like, I think it's better to try and like put more constraints on myself, even if I could make one specific part of the game feel better or look better than everything else. I don't think that's worth it if I can't uphold that standard across the entirety of the game.
Yeah, a game dev friend of mine said it. It's the quality spiral, where if you put more quality into one piece, then everything like has to match that quality, and it just keeps spiraling out of control at some point.
Yeah. But how are you feeling now? Because obviously you have actually released your game, Faith in Despair now. And like, where are you with the game right now? Because obviously you're still working on it. You're doing like updates and stuff.
Right.
And how has that been going for you?
So
What are you focusing on right now?
Yeah, I released it in November, and usually what happens when I release something, there's a bit of a crash going on where I cannot even open Unity for a while. It's like I need to distance myself a little bit, go outside and touch grass or touch snow actually nowadays. But a weird thing happened where some people really enjoyed the game, and that motivated me to like start working on an update. So I was almost immediately, like after launch, I said to myself, okay, I'm gonna make an update in February or March, even if it's just for the people that have played it already, just as a little gift or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
And just put a lot of the stuff that I originally actually wanted to put into the game, and even a bunch of new ideas and quality of life stuff and things like that. So this is what I'm currently doing. I think I'm doing as much as I can. But yeah, you know how it is. We will never know. So I will not know until it is released how it's going to be received, as it goes with everything. And if it's going to be received well, I might want to work on another update. Actually, I said to myself that I might just invest another year into this for updates. So this might not be the last update, but we will see how it goes. There's definitely a console release on the horizon, which also makes sense.
Oh, really?
Yes, to get all of the updates done, because updates shipping on consoles is very complicated. It's not just a simple Steam update or whatever.
I can imagine. It's not something I personally looked into, but I imagine that it's not really as approachable as a platform like Steam.
Yeah, you cannot just have a command line and a bash script and then approve it in
Mm-mm.
the Steam backend. So yeah, that's my plan currently. As for how I'm feeling, I'm feeling really good about it at the moment. Yeah, no, I think that's really it. This is also
Nice.
a systems-based game where you can just plug in new stuff and it works with the rest. So kind of like a lot of cogwheels that work together. So it's
Mm.
always really surprising what comes out of that.
Yeah, I think you have I tend to think of it like a pretty big advantage when you're working on something like a roguelike or roguelite type game, because it's fairly easy to add. I mean, maybe I'm oversimplifying this, but it's somewhat easy to add new content that still like matches well with the rest of the stuff, right? Because the game is inherently replayable. So even if you like, if I do an update to the intro of my game, if someone has played past that intro, they're probably never gonna see it. Because I'm making a more linear game. Most people are not gonna replay it. But I feel like you get a lot more value out of these types of updates when it's a more replayable game.
Mm-hmm. There is a certain amount of value definitely there, but you also have to kind of be aware of that in some cases, it makes it a little bit harder when you add more content. Like harder in general,
Mm-hmm.
because if there are certain players who are expecting a specific type of cards or gems or whatever to always appear in the run, if you add more
Mm.
content, then the percentage of these items dropping goes down. So maybe the favorite build is not that apparent anymore. It does not come up as often anymore. So these are, but yeah, in
Yeah.
general, yeah, this is a really minor thing I would say. But in general,
No,
it's
but I understand it because I suppose that the tricky part for you instead becomes like the balancing of everything, and
yes,
I'm using that as a very broad term here, whether it's balancing of, as you said, how often you find this card or this item, and the balancing of like how good the different lacrimas or the cards are.
yeah.
Since if you add one new, that I suppose could pretty much change the balancing of a bigger portion of the game as well.
There is a bit of a butterfly effect going on, definitely. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Whereas
But are you
some,
doing now? Obviously, I have played your game. I did play it on stream a while back. But I've only done like one proper run so far. But do you do the thing where you unlock more possible things to get in the run, or like basically the first time someone plays the game, could they find any item, any card in the game?
so currently there's in terms of meta progression, I think in the first 10 runs or so, you unlock new blessings and new lacrima that will then
Okay.
appear in the run. So this is definitely
Hmm.
something that happens, yeah. And the
Hmm.
other thing that I'm currently working on is you get predefined deities or deities. I don't know how it's pronounced. The opinion is split on that, but
Hmm.
you can also unlock these over like a course of 10 to 20 runs, and then you can select basically a card that you want to start with. So you have a. This is something that I got from Monster Train 2. The developers said
Yeah.
that if you have a decision right at the beginning, then it makes the run a bit. It spices it up a bit more. So this is what it's gonna be in
Hmm.
the next update. Yeah.
Yeah, they did that in the first one as well, because you always had your like hero card or whatever they champion card or something, I think they called it,
Yeah.
which you get to pick as well as an upgrade for in the beginning, right?
Yeah, you have
So you can
the main hero, then the side race. I think it's a different race, right? Or a
mm-mm.
faction, I guess. And you also have this heart of the train that also has different abilities nowadays. In the second game, at least, I don't know if it was in the first one, but yeah,
Hmm. But I do suppose that that thing where you introduce new items and stuff like successively does help out a little bit with this thing, because even if it kind of changes the pacing or the chance of you to get a certain build and whatnot, you're kind of going to be eased into it, if that makes sense, rather than like a Like if you do a update that changes everything across the board, that will be, the contrast is going to be a lot higher, and I think it's more likely that people are going to react to that than if it gets like slowly introduced.
Absolutely. There's a bit of a pitfall there as well because people play the demo and then they don't have the entire content there, and then they say, well, this game is too easy because I will just always look for this combination of Lacrima, for example. And then you're like, wait, this is only in the first run because I've actually limited the first run to not overwhelm the player. And then it's like, this is a bit of a pitfall that I'm currently also working on to maybe make it more clear that the first run is a bit more limited in terms of. Oh, Did you hear that?
No?
Okay, that was a notification on my part. They want me to talk in Austrian dialect, but I'm gonna ignore it.
No, go ahead. Achtung für Ausfahrt. Eller
Ja,
something.
also es war so. Na, genau. Yeah.
But I think that, because I know that Binding of Isaac does something similar. Obviously, that's one of my like favorite games of all time. I think it's my most played game on Steam, if I'm not mistaken. And although being quite different from yours, it's not a deck build and so on, but obviously it's a roguelike. And they do that thing where almost like in the beginning, obviously they have like thousands of items. So in the beginning, when you play the game, you almost like constantly unlock new items that you
Right.
then can find on future runs. And it is interesting because obviously it does affect the builds you can get. Like you can get completely new builds, but it also minimizes the chance of getting those early builds that you maybe were fond of. But in the end, I still think it's for the better because it would be too chaotic to introduce everything straight off the bat because you would never learn to like memorize the items and like the synergies and whatnot. So I think doing that thing, introducing them successively, is a good shout.
Yeah. All right. So let's talk about the big one. I'm gonna ask you the big question now, Chirpy.
Yeah.
Why do you make games? How did you get into games? What was the like initial spark of the moment where you said, okay, this is what I'm gonna do? How did it all start?
So, the first of all, like I've always enjoyed games, right? Like classic thing, like playing too much games as a kid. Parents would complain, get off your computer, that type of kid. But the first time I ever thought of making games, I don't actually know if I've talked about this before, but I actually did install Unity when I was like 12 years old or something. Don't remember why, but on some random occasion, I happened to decide to try and make a game. So I remember installing Unity, and I don't remember exactly what I did, but I think it was working in 3D. I probably followed some tutorial on like how to make World of Warcraft in Unity or something. Wouldn't surprise me. And yeah, I remember doing that for like 1.5 hours, being utterly confused before closing the application and never opening it again. So there definitely was like I definitely had some interest in it early on as well, but at that point I think it just seemed way too complex, so I gave up really early. And then, when I actually got into game development for real, it's almost a little bit anticlimactic or whatever, because I don't really know why it happened. Like, I can't actually pinpoint the moment when I was like, oh yeah, I'm gonna go and try and make a game. But I think it might have been me just like happened to get recommended some game dev stuff on YouTube or something.
You mean like Thomas
And
Brush or whatever?
yeah, stuff like that. Or probably more those like entertainment ones. I imagine they could have been some like Blackthorn prod type video, some game dev challenge or something that just happened to start watching. But this is like, take it with a grain of salt, because I actually don't have like a clear memory of this, but somehow I decided that I'm just gonna try and make a game. And so I once again decided to go with Unity. And the reason why I went with Unity was, I think, partly because I was aware of it. As I said, I had technically tried it once before, and Unreal seemed a little bit too, I don't know, that seemed more complex for some reason. It probably is, but I don't know if that's fair to say. I haven't actually tried it, but Unity just seemed like a nice middle ground. There also was Godot, but that's, for me, for reference, this was like a couple of years ago, right? And Godot still seemed like too new. So as someone who had zero experience in game development, programming, or anything like that, I was a bit afraid going with a engine like that in case there wouldn't be enough like, documentation and like learning material for it. Whereas Unity I knew had been around for ages. So I decided to download Unity, and as everyone does, make the big open world RPG game straight off the
Again.
bat. Yep, absolutely. So
Classic
obviously
MMORPG,
utterly failed, as one might expect. But for some reason, I just decided to stick with it and continue to try and just get better at it. And in some regard, I think it's fair to say that I am a like very obsessive person. Like when I start getting interested in something, it kind of consumes me or whatever. Like I get very into it, right? So I started kind of obsessing over game development, and still as a hobby, was just doing it like on the evenings, but putting a lot of effort into it. And yeah, I started after failing like 3 RPG games in a row. I decided to make just a simple
3. Did you just say 3?
If we count the very first one when I was like 12, it probably is. Because I know I did try 2 when I first started. Just what really happened is that I started making the first one, quit after like a couple of days because it was like obviously too difficult for me. Like as soon as I tried not using a tutorial, trying to do anything myself, it utterly failed. So therefore I was like, yeah, I just need to accept that this is not the game I'm gonna make. But fortunately, rather than deciding to quit game development, I decided let's just make something smaller. So I tried to make just like a tiny arcade game. Halfway through that game, I guess I got a bit too cocky again. So I was like, you know what? Now I feel like I know this. Let's scrap this bloody arcade game, and I'm gonna make a open world RPG game. That's what I'm gonna do.
Again.
And this time it did go better. I actually think I worked on it for a couple of months, and I learned a lot from it. But once again, same thing there. Like it, at some point, it just became abundantly clear that like this is far too overscoped for me. So once again, fortunately, I decided to, rather than just give up, I went back to that first arcade game, which I eventually did finish as like my first proper finished video game. And I think that was a big learning experience for me, where I actually realized that I really do enjoy working on games. Not only working on games, but like I also just enjoy programming. So for anyone that doesn't know, I'm also a huge language nerd, like spoken languages. And I actually think there's quite a lot of similarities there in why I ended up learning or enjoying programming. Because, it's called a programming language. There are still similarities that you like. You get more and more fluent with the programming language that you're writing in the more you go. And I just enjoy that experience, right? And what I also realized doing that simple little arcade game is that I just enjoy creating things, right? Like, no matter what, I just like being creative and building something, and to the point where maybe controversially, I actually don't even think I need to particularly like the thing that I'm making. I just
Oh,
enjoy making it. Like the process of making it is what I actually enjoy. And this is something I've actually gotten a bit of flack for online because, for example, a lot of game developers will give you the advice that you should obviously make a game that you yourself want to play, or like a game that you would be a huge fan of. But personally, for me, I actually don't fully agree because it's the like process of making the game that I enjoy. Like that simple arcade game I made. That's not a game I would want to play. It's
interesting.
not a
What?
game that I would randomly try to look for.
Uh-huh.
It's just I just did it as a challenge to be able to finish something.
Mhm.
But that was one of the most enjoyable experiences I've had, right?
I think
So I
that
think I
yeah.
go on.
I think that puts you in a really good spot in terms of making a game that players would enjoy because I mean, you kind of can enjoy your own game as well, but if you are, I would say, player obsessed or whatever, custom obsession, maybe that's
Mm.
actually a good thing then because you enjoy the process and don't necessarily have to enjoy the end product. That's maybe a
Yeah,
good position to be in.
I think that's true to some extent. Like when I work on content for Shroud of Gloom, I actually don't see it as like me trying to make content that I would enjoy. Um, I more try to put myself into the position of another player. Like, how is this gonna feel for them playing it? Like, I don't really take myself too much into account there.
That makes a lot of sense. Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like
But then
that's
I
what you should
suppose
do.
what did you say?
I feel like that is what you should do as a while testing the game.
Hmm.
Definitely.
No, I think so as well. I think there's a balance to it. Like, as you might be aware, when you're making games publicly, as we are like streaming game development and stuff, obviously I have a lot of potential players in my chat who might give me ideas and say that, oh, this is what you should do and stuff. And obviously, if I listen to every single piece of feedback I would get, that would be an issue. Like, I think that would make it for a very bland game, if anything.
Hmm.
So there's a balance to it, but I do think you generally have to think more about the average player rather than just yourself.
All right. I
But
would like
maybe to go
yes.
maybe to go back a little bit more on track in the sense of like, my journey into this. We obviously also have the big thing where, I was doing this on the side, right? But now I'm a full-time struggling indie game developer, right? And I think the reasoning for that, why I decided to like make the jump, as in actually trying to pursue this like professionally, was more because as I said, I realized that I did enjoy this and like the process of making games, and like making something for other people to enjoy. And I don't know, since I was in a quite fortunate position where I had a lot of savings and stuff. So I realized that if I wanted to, I could actually go into this like full on, give it my all, and just try to make this work right. So that is basically what I decided to do. And maybe the weirdest thing of it all is that I didn't even have a game when I went full time. Like
That's
I didn't
crazy.
even have a project. I quit my job and started living off my savings without even knowing what I was going to do. I was just like, I'm gonna make games. That's what I'm gonna try to do.
Okay, so bungee jumping without the rope.
Yeah, basically. Basically. Like Shroud of Gloom, my current project, started after I had quit my job and gone full time.
You didn't even have the idea? Like there was
No.
nothing. That's insane. Okay, you
Yeah.
just entrusted your entire being into yeah, whatever.
Mm.
We are glad the gamedev was an MMORPG this time, yeah. It is a very brave move. Like, so tell me about this moment though. Is this like did you wake up one day and you were like, I cannot take this anymore. I just have to do anything, even though I don't know exactly what yet. But I just did you like feel an innate calling or something like that to do that?
I think it was I probably would like to say so, but it probably was a little bit more happenstance as well. Like partly I was like not too happy with my current position, and I had worked in the same field for a very long time, and I was getting quite tired of it. So I know for like quite a few years I had been thinking of potentially doing something else. And what actually happened is that since I had started doing game development on the side, I thought that, maybe I should try and do something like this for a living. So I actually applied to four different educations in like the IT field.
Oh,
So they weren't game dev related, but I applied for like cybersecurity, some general IT course, as well as two like software development educations, like higher vocational education or whatever you call it in English. So that was initially my plan, was like, okay, I'm gonna do like the responsible thing and just go back to school, re-educate myself, and see if I can get a job that's closer to this like hobby that I now have, whether it's actually in game development or not. So I applied to these different educations, and I guess fortunately I had pretty good grades from school and stuff, so I actually ended up getting in first hand to almost every single one of those courses that I
wow.
applied to. And for better or for worse, I think that made me quite cocky. Because, like I said, I did have quite a bit of savings, and when I got the results back, seeing that basically almost all of these courses accepted me, my initial thought was that, you know what, if they accept me now, they could probably accept me in a few years as well. So fuck it. After working for like a decade, like I've never been unemployed in my life. I've always had jobs and stuff.
Mhm.
So I was like, why not just take some time for myself, like, and thoroughly focus on something that I enjoy doing, whether this works out or not, and then basically pushing my initial idea as more of a plan B. Like, if my money runs out, if I fail as a indie game developer, I'll either go back to school, see if I can get a more proper education, or see if I can, if I've learned enough to get a job, or I don't know, just take any job and continue doing this on the side. Like, I don't know, obviously it's a bit of a risk that I'm taking. Like, I'm burning a lot of money doing this, but in the end, I think it's gonna be worth it. Like, the way I see it, I don't think I'm ever gonna look back at this decision and be like, when I'm like 60 years old, I'm not gonna think back and be like, oh damn, how I regret taking a few years to pursue my passion. Why silly mistake. Like, even if it cost me 90% of my savings, I think I'm gonna look back fondly on this.
Yeah, absolutely. No, and I also think like you have some success already with the demo, so it looks like you're on the right path, right? Because
Yeah, I would say
imagine imagine if a demo did not have that reception, and you're like, oh my god, what?
mm,
I guess yeah. Hmm.
yeah, I definitely have gotten some positive reception in terms of like the stuff I'm making right now, which does make it feel a bit better. Because also like my goal isn't even to earn money, so to speak. Like if I just break even on this, I'd be more than happy. Like I don't really care about going plus or whatever.
Right. I mean,
So my aspirations in that sense, like, or my bar is not very high in terms of like how well my game has to perform. Um, but I do think the only thing one might be able to say is that it's probably a little bit risky spending this much time on my first game. Because like I've burned through a significant portion of my savings, and I still haven't released any commercial game. Like, if one would have thought more about trying to minimize the risks and stuff, I probably should have tried making more like smaller games and released multiple instead. But I don't know. I enjoy what I do, what I'm working
Um,
on right now. So
I would assume that you are a person that cannot release a game in like 1 month. You can, but not like a game that you would be proud to release. Is that correct?
no, I definitely have some like perfectionist tendencies and stuff, and I think anyone that's been watching me on stream knows that I can spend a lot of time working on like very minute details, and trying to like decide whether this pixel should be one step to the right or one step to the left. I just spend like an hour working on that because I want it to be like perfect, you know?
Right.
So I do think even if I tried to make a very low scope game, I definitely wouldn't. I wouldn't be able to finish like a commercial game with the standard that you have on Steam for in like 1 month.
Yeah.
But would I have to spend 1.5 years working on a game? Maybe not. Like I could probably finish a decent small game in like I don't know 6 to 8 months or something if I would have kept a better scope.
I don't, but that would result in a different game, right?
True. I think it's more so just a different risk, right?
Mm.
Like it's about like the game wouldn't be as deep and as well polished and so on as my hopefully my current project will be. But it's more so that I wouldn't have put like all my eggs in one basket, so to speak. Just like even if I could release 3 games in the same time period, I wouldn't need each one to do as well. Like even if one just did somewhat well, that might be enough to like buy me another year. Whereas like obviously now after I might have spent like 1.5 years or something working on Shroud of Gloom, like if this game completely flops, that's gonna be pretty hard on my savings account, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. Does so this is goes into my next question. Do you think streaming helps you with that? Like you told me yesterday when you started to stream. I don't know if this is public information, but
Yeah, no,
you
I mentioned.
started. Did you start streaming at the same time as you started making games, or was that completely unrelated?
No, so I started like the very first time I started streaming was way earlier, and that was I mean I guess it's indirectly related. Like I still do some of that stuff. Like I basically had bought a like a drawing tablet. So about a decade ago, I started streaming on Twitch while learning how to make like digital art. And then I switched over to gaming. I was more of a conventional gaming streamer for a few years, but never, mind you, never consistently. Like if you would look back on like my actual statistics, I probably streamed like a lot for a month here, and then I was offline for like 11 months, and then I streamed for like a couple of months, and then I didn't stream for 1.5 years, like very, very inconsistently. But I always enjoyed streaming, and I think that was part of the reason why. Obviously, when I decided to come back to streaming, that was around the same time as I decided to go full time trying to make games. Because my mindset at that point was like, obviously, I want to pursue this thing about making games, and if I'm gonna sit by my PC, I don't see a reason why. I also enjoy streaming, so like, why shouldn't I do that as well? So I guess that is also another way for me to minimize risk because I can get some income from Twitch. It also works well in like I'd say as of right now, Twitch is probably the majority of the marketing for my current game as well. So of course one of the bigger things is the amounts of like help and feedback and stuff that I get from the Twitch community, which has been like incredibly valuable for my game.
Hmm.
I honestly don't think I would have been half as good as a developer, and I don't think my game would have been half as good if I didn't live stream at all.
Hmm. How would you um about the experience of your first time streaming game development. Was that a big transition to do that in the open? Because you, at this point, you were not like, I don't know, you were not used to showing off coding to other people, I guess. How was the first coding stream for you?
Yeah, I think it's fair to say that I probably lost quite a few of my regulars when I came back to start doing game development. Because although, as I said, I had been streaming for a long time, but very inconsistently, I always had a few regulars. Like, I have people who watch me today that legitimately started watching me 10 years ago. Like, some of my moderators and stuff are actually some of my first ever viewers on Twitch.
Respect.
And but I think those guys are the exceptions. Like, a lot of people that watched me back in the days, I think just can't be bothered watching someone look at Visual Studio for 2 hours because, like, if you're not a programmer, then programming just is not that interesting to watch, you know?
Yeah, absolutely.
So I definitely think it's game dev is harder because I don't think it is more of a niche thing to do on a platform like Twitch, especially the programming. I think if you're doing like art or animations or something on stream, I think anyone can kind of understand and appreciate that and, find some entertainment value in it or whatever. Because anyone can look at something and be like, oh yeah, that image looks good, or like this sprite looks good, that animation looks good. Like, whether you're a animator or an artist, I think it's just very human to like enjoy something visually. Coding doesn't really work that way. Like, when I start writing like a fucking for loop doing some shit, like, for someone who's not into that, I think it's very hard to enjoy watching it. So I think it's fair to say that it was definitely a big change for my community when I switched over to game development, but I also try to not really like I'm not really that apologetic about it and stuff either. Like, in the end, it's a little bit like, it's my stream. I'm gonna do what I want to do. So if someone wants to tune in when I'm occasionally playing a game or when I'm working on art, but they don't want to watch when I'm coding, that's completely fair. Like, but I'm not gonna change my streaming routine because of it.
All right. So what does the future look like for you? Do you think you're gonna keep being a solo developer, or do you see a future where you have like your own company and your own employees or stuff like that?
Probably, I'm leaning towards saying probably not. Um, uh, I think I enjoy being more of a solo developer. And even if this works out, like, say the incredible thing happens and Shroud of Loom becomes a fucking instant classic and I make millions of dollars, like, I still don't think I would start like a massive studio and like employ a bunch of people and make games that way. Like, I think I'd rather have that as a big buffer to be able to basically continue to do what I do today. Like, it's possible that, like, for example, with Shroud of Loom, I'm currently have one of my mates doing like sound effects and music for me. And I might do something where I start a studio and maybe hire him, as a actual sound designer for the team or whatever. But I very much doubt I would go for like actually trying to do like a proper, 10-man studio or something.
All right.
I think I quite enjoy the creative control and stuff of just me working on stuff and the variety in like kind of I think one of the reasons why I enjoy game dev so much is that I enjoy the variety of working on a little bit of everything.
Yeah,
If that makes sense.
Absolutely. I mean, I would say it's the same for me as well. I think I've found the way that works for me best is I just do my thing basically, but then I hire other people for freelance For example, I just look for artists, or I just look for, I don't know, people who make additional sound effects and stuff like that. But yeah, I think that works for me, because otherwise, if I have to actually hire people, and then at the end of the month, I would have to be like, oh yeah, I need to pay 5 other people. Can we sell a remaster of Shroud of Gloom quickly?
Yeah.
Stuff like that. So yeah, I've seen people scale up quickly after their first game was a huge success, and I have not seen anybody not struggle with that. So I think that's
Yeah.
it's a good call.
Yeah, I think I wouldn't mind just continuing working on games the same way I do now. Like, I don't really feel the need to like get a big like studio somewhere and have a bunch of people in the office and stuff. Like, I don't know. I quite enjoy the solo indie developer experience.
Absolutely.
However, to flip the script a little bit, because I actually don't really know too much about your genesis, so to speak, either. Like, obviously you are renowned for the famous Half-Quake trilogy, which, for anyone that is unaware, it's a series of mods for Half-Life, right?
Yes.
And so, is it correct to assume that did you get into game development through modding? Is that, or how did you find your way into game development?
I think it's a moment unlocked. Yeah. I think it started with there was a small Windows game. Actually, I looked back at this. Yeah, there was a Game Boy game. It's called Boxle, and it had a level editor. And I think this was like kind of the spark, maybe, because I made level for my dad. But I also kind of always trace it back to Lego, because every time I got a new Lego piece or whatever, like a Lego set, I would just immediately throw out the manual and just do whatever I wanted. So I think it is all in kind of in the same vein, where it's like, yeah, I get the building blocks, and I will always try to see what I can do with that. I think this has always been like kind of the spark for me. But the moment that really worked for me was the moment that I caught Half-Life, and the moment that I saw the level editor for Half-Life. It was like a completely new world opened up to me. I'm like, oh, wow, I can make my own levels? What is that? I also don't have a really vivid memory of this, because I was like, I don't know, 16, 17 years old. And but I remember that I started making multiplayer maps for Half-Life. And I would just send them to my friends, and we would play them in the LAN parties. LAN parties, I don't know if people know what this is nowadays, but
Yeah. I mean, I do. I don't know
yeah.
about everyone in chat, but
Right. And then I
it's probably
slowly
not as much of a thing for like kids today, I imagine. It's not really
No,
that
I don't
typical,
think
is it?
so. I mean, I think there are groups of people who try to do it nowadays, because the devices are much smaller. You can just take your laptop with you nowadays, which is not something that
Yeah.
you could do back then. It's not, I mean, laptops were not that good back then. But yeah, I started making Half-Life multiplayer maps, and then Counter-Strike multiplayer maps. And then slowly I was like, this is interesting. I can, Half-Life itself was very inspiring to me. So maybe maybe I can do something like that as well, like a single player modification. And I did have a few failed attempts where I would always like try to make a single player map and run into an issue. And I was like, okay, I cannot get around this issue. For example, one of the issues was that when I transition from one level to another, the monsters of the previous level would always remain in the next level. So if you have, if you load the next map, but it doesn't have the floor collider, basically, where the enemies were in the previous map, then they would just fall through the sky forever. And if you came around to the same coordinate at some point in the future, then you would just see the enemies flowing through the ceiling, whatever. Stuff like that. And I was like, okay, I think I had like 3 false attempts at single player game mods. And then at one LAN party, I was sitting with my friend, and we were just playing Quake 1. And my friend had also seen the movie Cube. I don't know if you know the movie Cube. It's basically a bunch of people going through traps.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah,
No, I don't think it rings a bell, but and I haven't played your Half-Life mods, but I do think I've seen a little bit from like videos and stuff, and I think traps were a pretty big thing there, right? Wasn't
exactly.
it?
Yes. So this
Yeah.
was like a fusion of what if we can make cube traps in style of Half-Life and Quake. So this is where the name came from, Half Quake. Haha. Uh,
Mm.
and there were also two particular scenes in Quake that really inspired me. There was one hallway where if you walked along through it, the floor would slowly disappear and reveal lava, and you only had like a limited amount of time to get through. Like this was one of the pieces that really inspired me to be, you know, I will say
Mm.
sadistic, but I don't know what it was called back then. And there was another scene where you saw a key in front of you, and as soon as you get closer to it, the key just disappears into the floor. Like things like these, where you really mess with the player. I was like, okay, we have to do like an entire mod out of this to just
Mm.
mess with the player for the entire time. So this was basically
And what time was this? Like when
this
you were
was
working on Half-Quake?
this was 2000. I was
Okay.
16, 17 years old, yeah.
Mm.
And I released this mod, and to my surprise, PC magazines back then, they were looking for Half-Life mods to cover, right? So
Mm.
the PC Gamer reached out to me, and they hosted, like they had a list of mods, single player mods, and Half Gig was actually one of those. So that was really cool.
Oh, damn.
And yeah, and then I was like, okay, let's do another part. And
Mm.
here came the big question: how else can we screw with the player? And the big answer was, well, we were just gonna remove the graphics, right?
Oh.
what if you start like with nothing? You see like in total emptiness, blackness, darkness, and then you just see
Mm.
some lines or whatever. So was how basically the second one started. And this is why some people in chat are still here.
Mm.
Because of the second one, yeah. Yeah,
Interesting.
that is how
So that's
everything
the one
started.
that I've seen some screenshots and short clips and stuff. I assume that's the one that's, or are they all kind of one bit? Because there's one that reminds me a little bit of my palette, you
Yes.
know? Is that,
Absolutely.
yeah, that's the second one.
Yeah, that's the second one, yes.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
Okay, so I don't really, I have no experience when it comes to modding in general.
Mm.
So I'm quite oblivious here to how modding works. So for something like Half-Life, how different is the experience modding Half-Life compared to making a game in Unity today as you are?
Mm. I think there's a difference in terms of making content, because if you wanted to make a level for Half-Life, there was a very specific tool for that. It's called Hammer. Back then it was called Warcraft, but nowadays it's called Hammer. And this tool was specifically designed to make levels. And you can see that basically everywhere. Like for example, if you build a wall and you want to have a round corner around the wall, you can select one part of the texture and just hold, I think it was the Alt key, and just right click through the rest of the edges, surface, I should say. And then it is aligned correctly. Like simple stuff like that. When I open up Blender today and I'm trying the same thing, I'm like, UV coordinates? What? Why can I not just click on this? And it's aligned correctly, right? So this was a big difference. It was fast iteration, like building a map. You actually had to build a map in command line tools and stuff like that, but it was really fast.
Okay, yeah, that was going to be my next question as well. So there were some like actual like programming and stuff involved as well.
You could program. There was the SDK, the Half-Life SDK is actually public, so you can actually add some of your own code, but I could not do that. I did not have
Okay.
I was just trying to get the most out of these level tools that I could.
Which were more like visual tools than more like working in the running the engine or in something like Blender.
Yes, but you'd be surprised as to what you can do, because Half-Life, it is based on Quake or whatever, And John Carmack, I remember reading the book, he was very adamant that it is as open as possible, as changeable, as adaptive as possible. So the reason Half-Life was that moddable is still because of John Carmack, because of his philosophy, which I found really, really interesting. So you can replace modelers, you can replace sounds, you can replace textures, and there was a specific term for mods like these. They were called total conversion mods, where you barely see any trace of Half-Life. You still kind of have the same movement and stuff, but I would assume like Half-Quake 2 at least is kind of a total conversion where you even change the menu and stuff. So, but in terms of differences to Unity, I still think of working with Unity is kind of like modding because you also have this existing engine in a way, but the content that you can make through it right out of the box is a little bit different. I think this is the biggest difference.
So then, so what happened afterwards? Like you were making these Half-Quake mods, which were also like quite well received, right? Like I think obviously I've seen it on Steam and stuff, and if I'm not mistaken, you are sitting at like 550 very positive reviews or something on the Half-Quake trilogy, which is quite a lot, at least to my standards.
Yeah, it is a lot. It is a lot, yeah. The second part was very well received, and you mentioned earlier that you got cocky about the thing that you applied. This is the moment that I got really cocky.
Okay, so that was like the reception of the Half-Quake trilogy was kind of the catalyst to throw you into like
I will tell you
game development, for lack of a better term.
There was a very specific moment where the second Half-Quake Gamer is the second part. It was mentioned in one of the biggest German PC magazines. So you could just buy a magazine and you have like, it was featured on like half a page or whatever with a giant screenshot and whatever. And this really, it was not good for my ego, I will tell you that much. And then I tried to make the third part. And as Nix and I just said, this took me a long time because I did not know what the fuck I was doing. I just had a lot of, I don't know, if you're riding this high, you kind of feel like that everything you create is gold, but then you put it in front of players and they're like, well, this is not good. And then they're like, wait a minute, something is really wrong here. So I released that in 2002. I made a browser game in 2003 that basically jump-started the Half-Quake community. That was really interesting. I did some Flash games in 2005 and 2006. And then I told myself, you know what? I really have to finish the third part because I had already announced it in 2004. I was like, I was sitting here with the announced game that does not exist yet. After like 3 years, I'm like, I have to make something, even if nobody likes it. And that is a very strange situation to be in. Tell you that much. But yeah, it took me then 3 years. I made Half-Quake Sunrise. It's the third part. I released it in 2010. I was finally free of the curse of this announced game. And but yeah, that was the Half-Quake trilogy basically. Yeah.
Interesting. And then, okay, so you released the third one. Was that how was that received? Just out of curiosity.
Yeah. It definitely, as I expected, it split the community a little bit, I would say.
Okay.
I was not in the best headspace, to be fair, while making this game because I kind of had to. First of all, I had to do it while working a full-time job of 40 hours. So the way I did it was I told myself 1 hour every day after work, I will work on this project no matter what. And that was really draining. And you can kind of see it in the project. It is very dark. It is very claustrophobic. It is very, it is designed in a way that it is not inviting for the player at all. And so if you take this into account, then I'm still surprised that some people still like it. But I'm just really glad that people did engage with it, and I think there was still a lot of love put into it because
Mm.
I just did whatever I wanted to do because I didn't know who's gonna like it or enjoy it. So I just said in the end I will have to enjoy it. I will have to enjoy making it as you said earlier. I will have to enjoy the process, and if I don't enjoy the process, there's gonna be no third part. So I just needed to find a way to work through that, and I think I personally think it's a cool project, especially the music that came out of it. But yeah, the reception was yeah, I would say split. People just preferred the second part, and other people said the third is the best one. There's no way you could win in this situation.
No, I think that's no matter what you make, it's always going to be the case to some extent, at least. Like, I think the trying to set the bar at everyone is going to enjoy the thing I'm making is way too high, right? And maybe that's an even trickier thing when you're making something like a sequel, since you have you have potentially expectations from the current user base.
Yeah, absolutely.
And is that part of the reason you think why you struggled more with the third one, or is that unrelated? Just out
No,
of curiosity.
that is really a big issue because every time you make something, you're like, well, this doesn't meet the expectations. So what are you gonna do? That's a
Yeah.
really bad place to be in.
No,
If you,
I can imagine. Like, I've never worked on a sequel to anything, but I can imagine it being a bit of a. I guess it's pros and cons in the end. In some regard, you're making something that there already might be some demand for, like, because as you said, people did want another version of it, right? But then balancing that with, the higher expectations for the game and stuff, I can imagine that being a bit draining or like affecting the process a bit.
So I mean, in the end, I just embraced it now, and I said to myself, you know what, I'm gonna make it different from the second part because originally I wanted to be in the same style or whatever, and then I was like, no, I think the only way the third part can actually happen and come out is if it's gonna be its own thing entirely. I mean, it's not entirely its own thing; it still has some callbacks to the previous parts and so on, but yeah, it is its own thing, I would say.
And okay, so to go in a little bit on a different path here, because you're also a musician, and you've made soundtracks for actually some quite big games, right?
I made this. I made a few tracks for Craft 4, which is also a Half-Life modification.
Oh, I didn't even know that.
Yeah,
I know of like the game. I did not know that was a mod as well.
yeah. No, it's actually a Half-Life mod, but they managed to make it a standalone, so you do not need Half-Life to play Craft 4.
Oh, interesting. Okay, so have you always been doing music as well? Is that something you started early?
Yeah, I actually started making music, so this is actually before I made games. I
Okay.
had 3 years of music school when I was a child. I was like 6 years old or whatever, and I actually learned to play home organ, which is basically a keyboard but with 2 rows of keys and foot pedals. So it was always really exciting to play. And then afterwards, I tried to do my own remixes and stuff. The first time I got access to a PC, I had Windows Audio Recorder. I don't know if you remember this piece of program,
Can't say I
piece of
do.
software. But you could actually import WAV files and make them like overlap and stuff like that. So you could layer inside of this program. You just didn't see it. You could just go to a position and say insert WAV file here. So this was the first time that I just tried to layer stuff. And I used this I just recorded my stepbrother. He was like 2 years old or whatever. And I just layered a bunch of stuff and it sounded really hilarious. But soon afterwards, I got my real PC. And I fell in love with my first DAW. It was called Music Maker, Music Maker 2000, which is where basically this journey started of having a DAW and started to sing, started to teach myself guitar and stuff like that. Yeah.
Interesting. Okay, and so at this point you had a what? You had a made your half-quake mods. You were doing music as well, and in between that you started making some Flash games and other browser games. And then, so how did you end up where you are today from, say, from Half-Quake 3?
hmm I released Half-Life 3 and then I worked on the Cry 4 soundtrack that came out in 2012. So this was kind of a transition period as well that played a role in that. I did manage to make, I think there was a music album that came out in 2014. I don't remember correctly. But in 2015, I was like, I need to make another game and I don't want to be dependent on Half-Life anymore or any other engine. So I looked around and I was like, what is out there that I can use to make a really make a build and send this game to somebody without Half-Life? Because I always liked making Half-Life mods, but there was always this weird dependence on it because you cannot just send it to anybody else that doesn't have Half-Life. So I looked at Unity in 2015 and I made a small Pong game based on a YouTube video that I think a 13-year-old recorded. So shout out to him.
But wait, no, wait. You mean you didn't make an open world RPG?
No. That was the second one. No.
You actually kept a small scope for your first game? That is the most impressive thing so far.
Wow. Yeah, no, now that I think about it, yeah, you're right. We should end it there. No, that's yeah, I found a really cool video. I think it was a teenager that recorded this really, really cool video, by the way. It was just very, you just gotta do this, you gotta do this. He doesn't explain why. He was just like, just do this, just do this. And I'm like, okay. And then I had a working Pong clone. And from that point on, the next one was I wanted to make a small game dedicated to my wife. And I just drew a bunch of sprites, like Cat and Betty is what the game is called. It was just supposed to be a small game for her, and also where I could learn Unity. I think I released it in public, but it was not really meant for the public. It was just meant for my wife, right? And that was basically what kickstarted it. Yeah, afterwards I worked on the sequel to that, Cat and Betty: The Spirit Guide. It was a co-op game from the get-go because also I wanted to play it with my wife. It was like also cute cat and bat, and everything was hand-drawn. Had a lot of fun with that. And afterwards I decided to make just a remaster of a Flash game of mine. It was called Tournament. And that came out in 2023. Yeah. And here I am working on a roguelike deck builder.
So, but before Faith of Despair, you were doing this more as like a hobby. Like you were doing it, you said you were working 40 hours a week and doing this on the side, right? But that's not what you do. Today, if I'm not mistaken, you are still working, but are you doing like freelance as well as like you've minimized your hours now, right?
Yes, exactly. There was a point like 4 years ago or whatever, where I said, when my wife basically just came into my office and she said, I think you should just try to reduce your hours. And then I just reduced it to 30 hours. So I had the entire Friday to my own projects and I just kept reducing it throughout the years. And right now I'm a freelancer. I work for other companies Monday and Tuesday. And the rest of the time is just games and music.
Okay. So when did you actually start working on Faith in Despair?
I started working on it in early 2023.
2023. Okay, so like shortly after you began reducing your hours, basically.
Right. Yeah, somewhere around that. Yeah. Yeah, I would say so. Yeah, because I already had reduced hours for the previous game, Tournament. Yeah, that is why I had the full Friday to myself, and I really enjoyed doing that. I just always knew. I think you also mentioned this earlier. I always, like when I was working on a project of mine or whatever, it always gave me energy. There wasn't, I could just work on my stuff forever. There was, and like working on this gave me energy, and it is still true today. So yeah, I just had to go into this direction.
Maybe that should be my plan B rather than going going back to school or getting a full-time job. Maybe I should look into doing something more part-time.
The fact that
Nice.
you're out there, like with social media and stuff, and Twitch streaming, you are you probably have more possibilities than you realize.
It could probably be the case.
Yeah.
Yeah. And okay, so you said now you were thinking about maybe dedicating another year or so to update Faith in Despair, do some more content for people and stuff.
Yeah, that's the current plan, yes.
So do you know what you want to do after that? Like for in the future? Like, do you have any plans right now?
I have a project started with a friend of mine, and we probably gonna release a demo in the next few months, just to check,
Oh, really?
just to see. Yeah, because he has been working on it while I was working on my game, so I'm the bottleneck here. We're gonna release a demo just to see if there is interest in it, and then we're gonna keep working on it if there's interest. Otherwise, we'll just, I don't know, release it as it is, or I don't know, we will see. But other than that, I mean, I've already gone a bit more into the horror direction for Faith in Despair. Like you see some horror elements, I would say. So I would like to go a bit more into the direction and see where it goes. I don't know, but no specific plans yet.
So but there's nothing announced or so about this other project?
No.
As of right now? Okay.
No, it's not out there yet.
Oh, it sounds interesting. I'm excited to see it.
Yeah, I'm excited to see the reactions. All right.
And so,
yeah,
just one more thing, just out of curiosity, going like in regards to the Half-Quake series and stuff. Do you think you would make a sequel to Faith in Despair? Is that something you've thought about?
A sequel to Faith in Despair?
Yeah.
I was actually, like, there is a very old Magic the Gathering game called Chandelier, where you have all of the magic cards basically, and all you do is you go around on a world map and you fight evil wizards and stuff like that, who also have their own magic decks and stuff. I actually thought about, what if, like, you take the Faith in Despair system and just throw it into like a bit of a 2D world map, and you can just go from city to city, like nothing really graphically super demanding or whatever, really just a 2D map. And then basically play through a little bit of a story there. Maybe that's something for a second part. Maybe that's another mode that I can add to the existing game. I don't know. But this is what I'm currently thinking about. I think before I can think of a sequel, I will just have to add a few more updates. I think because there's a few more things that I can try.
Absolutely.
All right. Do we have any open questions from chat that you wanna tackle?
Chatters, open mic. Anyone have anything?
Maybe for like 5 minutes or whatever, if there are any questions. Otherwise, there was one that we answered earlier, but when you opened Half-Life and was presented with like 12 mods, Team Fort, yeah, that was a good day. The Half-Life days were really cool. Like Half-Life mods back in the day were quite diverse and quite creative. It was a really cool time.
Like, I'm a little bit like outside of the club here. I'm gonna be honest. I've never like modded a game myself, and it's even to the point where I would say I have almost never played a mod to a game.
Okay.
Like I can't really say why, but I am very much of like vanilla player or whatever. Like even today, if I will randomly boot up a game like Skyrim or something, like 10 years later. And I know like a lot of people will play Skyrim with like 25 different mods that completely change the game. I still play vanilla. I've never played modded Skyrim.
Right. Yeah, no,
I don't know.
I also don't play modded games nowadays, to be perfectly honest.
Mm-mm.
But usually I think it's because I don't know if that's true or not, but a lot of people that would make mods maybe just take Godot or Unity nowadays and just make a standalone game. I don't know if that's true. But
Mm.
there is also Roblox where a lot of people make mods and games for Roblox and Fortnite as
Yeah.
well, right? So this
Oh,
is
maybe. Yeah, I know of Roblox, which is like there's quite a big scene of people making games specifically for Roblox, right?
it's an insane amount of people, like incomprehensible amount of people.
Yeah.
It's crazy. All right. Well, I would
Super
like
cozy being here listening to you guys. Have you settled on the podcast title? We have not.
if not,
So
no,
far, untitled podcast.
untitled podcast, yeah. Well,
Sorry, I cut you off. What were
no,
you
it's
saying?
fine. I was just gonna say, if people enjoyed this podcast and would like to have another episode, please let us know. Or if you have any other feedback. Roblox has begun making some very bad decisions for the platform as of recently. I heard about it. Yeah, that's true.
Mm.
But yeah. But yeah. It was very fun talking to you, Matt Chirpy.
Likewise.
We will think about if this is gonna be a regular thing.
Mm.
But
Sounds
yeah,
good.
sounds good. All right.
Yeah.
Well then,
Thank you very much for your time, and of course to all the viewers who's been hanging out as well.
when we can, we will have to decide that behind the scenes. We don't know yet. But yeah, thanks for hanging out, everybody. Well, this was really fun, and I will see you
Yeah.
in the next stream. Sure, I'm gonna hang out in your stream at some point again.
Sounds good.
All right.
Sounds good.
Have a nice weekend, everybody. I'm gonna hang up, and then I will return to my stream. Goodbye.
Thanks again. Goodbye, man.
All right. Let me see. We out? Are we out or are we still in? Okay. Let me go back to my full cam view here. Mother and Sheep podcast? No. Okay, how was it for you guys? Mirror 69%. Yeah. Jesus in Christ. No. Very good. All right. Sounds cool. Thanks, Ipu. We were trying to keep it at 1 hour. I think we got out at 1 hour and a half. Is that right? But yeah. Super cozy. Nice. Good to hear. Will you go on YouTube? So I'm streaming already to YouTube, so you can watch it on YouTube if you want. Jamie Austrian, excellent redeem flop. That's true. We were thinking, like, if this is going to be a regular thing, we were thinking of making a separate channel for this. So yeah, we will see. But okay, since everybody enjoyed it, we are going to maybe do it again. That was really cool. I'm so curious, you know JTK Radiant? No. Who is that? Oh shit. Who is JTK Radiant? Invite me for a ride someday? JTK Radiant is that's a card editor. Ursprünglich, wait a minute, is there English as well? Based, wait, what? Why did it redirect me? It was used for Quake 3 games. I see. It's a super old level editor for Quake. Ah, I might have seen it because I played around with Quake 3 at one point. So I might have been, yeah, I might have used it at some point. I remember I tried making a map for Quake 3 and it was really weird. Oh yeah. Check the website. Okay. Oh, the open source cross-platform level editor for tech games. Interesting. Why does it have? The missions. Oh, never mind. This is because of my thingy here. Old stuff. Yeah, old but good. You know how it is. There was a possibility of Half-Quake actually being using Quake engine. Yes, but since Quake 3 was a bit weird, I think Quake 3 was weird because it was the focus of it was multiplayer, right? So I don't know. It was a bit strange. I used to run one of the biggest clans in a game called Jedi Knight Academy based on Quake engine. Just brought back names and you mentioned Quake. Nice. That's cool. But yeah, I was actually doing Quake 3 Arena was my home. Yeah, I did play Quake 3 a lot on LAN parties and stuff, but yeah, at some point I had to jump off. I remember when they made the Quake 3 browser game. I was so blown away. I was like, what the hell is going on? You can play Quake 3 in your browser now? What the hell? I was never able to properly play Quake 3 because the NPCs would always break at one of the arenas for the single player. I still don't know why. Alright. Half Quake, but more Quake than half. Yes, that's true. Alright. Well, thanks everybody for hanging out with us today. I think this was a really cool start to the podcast. We will do this probably regularly. We will talk about it behind the scenes. And yeah, can we actually raid somebody? We can probably raid Matt Chirpy. Because he's gonna be here for a while. So yeah, we're gonna raid him. Thanks for the stream. Thank you very much for hanging out. It is always a pleasure with all of you hanging out with me and hanging out with me and watching me make games and stuff. Yeah, it's always a pleasure. Have a good weekend, everybody, and see you on the other side. Goodbye.